Look at, we have eager beavers, 18 people here before things start off. Unbelievable. We love it. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Well, I'm trying to be good. We're never sure. Erica, good to see you today. Dr. Grong.
Hi there.
And I think we have Joshua Martinez, one of our discussants with us. Do we, or is that Randy?
I think that's Josh, PMI RGC board.
Yeah.
That's me, Steve. Hello.
There he is.
Hey, we have a surprise discussant with Dr. Robert Tierney. He happened to be in town, so we pulled him in. He's done some work with project management at Sandia National Labs, excuse me, Los Alamos National Labs in Groningen in the Netherlands. So we might see what how to make a dike or something like that. Who knows? And all right. So there we are. Anything happened that was interesting for people this week? Like to share? Oh, Jasmine, how you doing today?
I'm all right, thanks. I am currently dog sitting my friend's 2 huskies in Zuzax, and I'm having the time of my life because I don't have dogs.
Mm.
And this might be the push for me to get one eventually, but I need to travel first.
My theory in life is OPP.
Hey, Steve.
OPP?
I love dogs, I love cats. Hey, Tristan, how are you? But I have to say OPP is the way I go. Other people's pets.
Yeah, I currently feel that way about other people's children as well, but eventually I'll have some of both.
Well, being an entrepreneur, I always used other people's money, and I just, my next door neighbor when I was growing up, if I ever grew up, but when I was younger anyway, had a big red Irish setter and a black lab, and they constantly knocked down they just broke the back door, and they would knock it in and come in and play with the play with us when we were rolling around the ball and stuff. Hey, Dr. Williams, who you got there? We want to see that. What's the name of the name of that little child?
I'm babysitting my granddaughter, Hannah. Her mom and dad just got a house and they're moving today. So we're waiting for babysitting relief. Grandpa's on his way home.
Babysitting relief.
Babysitting relief. Yeah, because we're also watching Coco Melon at exactly the same time I'm listening to you.
Probably better stuff there. That's all I can say.
Can that go full screen?
What's that?
The cartoon?
Can we, maybe we should all look at the cartoon. Who knows?
Dr. Walsh, I do have a question. In PackBack, it says that the exam is due tomorrow at 5 p.m. Is that correct? Or
Supposed
tonight?
to be Wednesday. I don't
Okay.
know why it says tomorrow, but I have no clue. I
Okay.
have very little skill touches with that. We'll get Savannah to work with that. It's supposed to be on Wednesday. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Walsh, during the semester, you said we could choose the topic.
Yeah,
in
that's it.
So it's not the topic written in the syllabus.
You can use any topic you want. It's just
Okay,
something.
thank God for that.
It's something about this class that would be nice, right?
Okay, yeah, because you have it there. Provide how executive can effectively use projects and program management information. Is that what
Right.
the class
That's
is?
one of the
or-
things I put up
Okay.
as an example for you guys, right?
Okay, thank you.
I try to be useful. Sometimes that causes a problem, as my wife says. So there we are. Well, why don't we go ahead and start? And let me pull up slides and stuff like that. I'll try and be good. Just get too interested in chit-chatting with you. Okay, can everybody see the slideshow? Can everybody see my slides?
Yes.
Now we can.
Okay, that good-looking guy on the left, of course, is me. Joshua, this young driver, is the president of PMI. Joshua, say hello.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here today.
And Dr. Robert Tierney, that handsome devil on the right, is here as well. Say hi, Dr. Tierney.
Hello, everybody.
And he'll be talking about the different ways for change management, and he's usually pretty useful, and we'll see what he has to say. So we are pretty much set up like we have been. So we'll go from there. Topic of the day is the how and what on servant and shared leadership for program management. Some slides on the readings and trends. Joshua's discussion slides, Bob's discussion slides, and then the Phoenix Project. This is not the one in Vietnam, so don't get too scared. We'll go from there. All right. Okay, we're gonna do, we have a new discussant this time, and I want to have you introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about what you learned last week. Of course, not from me, but from the discussant. Hanif, why don't you start?
Well, this has been an interesting course for me. I didn't even realize that today was our last class. So I was having that much fun in it. I've enjoyed the topics, especially listening to the rest of the group talking about what they go through with project management with them, since I don't do a lot of it, or with me it's non-existent. So from one perspective, it's like, yay, I don't have to deal with all of this. But then from a growth perspective, it's like, hey, it would be great if we could incorporate these things and help the business grow. So hopefully, once we get fully opened, we'd be able to start implementing some of the things we've learned in this course. The leadership side is great, but it's also managing those little projects on how to get them through. So kudos to everybody who does this for a living.
All right, thank you very much, Hanif. Sarah Zinslag, how am I doing? Better?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So one of the
When I
things
get to Mo, we'll see how I do.
I liked when you last class when you were discussing the murder book and keeping track of what you've done, what went well, what didn't go well. I find that in my projects, I spend so much time reacting and responding that when it's over, I seldom go back and look back at what we did well and what we could do better. So I think that's an excellent recommendation and something I can use.
Well, can I tell you, I had a day ago or 2 days ago, I had sent my murder book on this project that went pretty well called the Global Scaling Challenge to my dean. And so she wanted a core dump, and while and she goes, well, go ahead, Steve. I go, well, really rather hear from you. You've read the murder book. What did you think? I know there's things we did wrong. We put them there. What did you think? What didn't you think? Well, she was so impressed with it. Since it's the first time in her academic career she ever had somebody do that, she's going to make it a big deal. So she thinks I know what I'm doing, which is not, well, maybe that is not as smart as I thought she was, but you look good when you do it. And when you self-critique, right? You just do. So Sarah, I think it's useful for you.
Thank you.
Cindy Jarvison, Dr. Jarvison, I like your doggy.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon. This is Cindy Jarvison. We were, I think what intrigued me about our discussion last couple of weeks was calculating failure to protect your team, understanding the scope and what it takes to execute. I thought that was a good discussion.
Okie dokie. Dr. Morris, Jeff, what do you got for us?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So this week I was really impressed and I was really taken back by the case study, especially talking about cybersecurity, working in the financial industry. That's a very close and near and dear topic to me, especially managing our payment systems and having to deal with fraud on a continual basis. And so kind of looking through and reading through the crisis that took place through the Phoenix discussion and taking place on what they did for different ways of remediation, also talking through and reading what they tried to do to try to gain support and what they didn't do and what they kind of failed on in those situations. I liked that topic.
Well, thank you very much. We chose well. That must have been one that Tristan chose. Okay, Mo, you're going to have to give me a grade on this. More IMA. Did I do good? You're on mute, Mo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't find the mute button or unmute button. I'm with Hanif. You know what? I really enjoyed the class, just the different aspects of leadership, servant leader, the attributes of it, communication style or communication, what's good, what's not good. I actually wrote a discussion last night because I was late on one of my discussions about just the fatigueness of Zoom and just the sensory issues that can happen, whether it's work related or school, just a different type of emotional and mental that can cause for a person. So I actually just liked, everything that I'm learning and how I can apply a lot of these tools in my work environment when it comes to leadership. So I'm really enjoying everything that I'm learning and writing.
Well, you got to give me a grade on how I pronounced your name. Did I do better?
You did better. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's I like the professor getting graded. Dr. Kersey, Megan, why don't you tell us what you learned last week? You're not on mute there. Megan, maybe we'll come back to Megan. Does that sound okay? Megan, you're having some problems. I think your stuff is stuck. Dr. Williams, Beth, and your granddaughter, Hannah, what did she learn last week?
Well, I think we learned that I was fascinated to think about, can you see? To think about hiding the messiness from the customer and talking about putting that in the context of framing things. Because for me, it was interesting to think about being honest and letting everybody know where you are in the project without having to tell everybody everything, you know, things that might be concerning that they don't have to be concerned about. So I thought that was really fascinating for me to think about last week, you know, how much to talk about, when to talk about it.
Kind of like too much information when your friend's talking to you about stuff you don't want to hear.
Right, exactly.
So is Hannah there? I'll talk like a duck for her if she wants.
Yep, there she is.
It's my only skill. It's the only thing I got.
Duck, Hannah.
All right, good to see you.
Oh,
Dr. Keys, Paul, why don't you tell us what we got?
Sure. So I think it's a continuation of just what I learn every week, which is just how different everyone is, and that what I value is not necessarily what everyone else values. And that just because I'm on board with the project and it makes sense to me and the data makes sense, that everyone has different values and they might not see the same value in the data and might not have the same goals. So ongoing theme for me.
Well, thank you. We won't ask Joshua, he never learns anything anyway. But we'll talk to Dr. Montoya. Chess, what do you got for us?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Well, I'll just talk a little bit about a personal experience I've had this week that was work-related, following the tragic accident that you saw in Miami, Florida. So I've been working as a field manager for home construction, a home builder in Texas. And they notoriously have been, have had bad reviews for construction, ratings, customer satisfaction. It's historically been very publicized. And so following this, we kind of had like a nationwide meeting and suggested that we would start a special project and program, you know, to make change of how we communicate and instill trust and integrity into our customers. So yeah, I really liked this chapter 8, change management. I think there's a lot that I can learn and contribute to this group, and hopefully make, you know, the buildings and the structures that people live in safer for the future.
Well, Chess, thank you. And you know, some regulations pretty good, I think. Yeah, so that's good. All right, Dr. White, Stephen, great name, spelled wrong. Go ahead.
I'll get it right one of these days. I guess I enjoyed revisiting the idea of tech expertitis. I guess I'd never heard it phrased quite like that, but it's kind of the idea that you can really get on board with someone or be very confident in someone's ability, and in some cases maybe promote them to do something else and they're a dismal failure. So as I've this past week, given a lot of thought to some succession management, and in healthcare, often people get promoted to positions based on their clinical skills, but don't end up being maybe the best supervisors or project managers. So I think that was a good refresher and good food for thought.
They want me to use my Donald Duck voice more. I'll do the best I can. Dr. Lampkin, Baleen, can you give us some chit chat?
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what Stephen said, I enjoyed learning more about the technical expertitis because that's something that I experience in my current position. And then just outside of that, one thing that I've enjoyed not only that last week, but the entire semester has just been the guest discussant talks. And I enjoyed Mr. Maytek's discussion last week on project failure and stuff like that.
Yeah, Joel knows a lot about it. He's our guy. Megan Kersey, Dr. Kersey, are you back with us? Tell us a little bit about it.
I am here. I keep losing connection, so hopefully all goes well. So in general, throughout the class, I've appreciated the distinctions between project management and program management. They've never really been clear to me, so that was nice. I've also enjoyed the guest lectures. This last week, one of the things that really piqued my curiosity was the executive, oh gosh, now I've lost it. But having a board run your project and be that that sort of driving force. We have some that I have been working around and I wasn't quite sure when or why to use them. So it's been a nice kind of interesting surprise to have some class discussion around all of that.
So thank you. I can't do the next person's name in Duck, it would kill me. So Dr. Schulzenberg, Paul, give us a little discussion about what you learned last week and what you thought might be interesting.
Yeah, like Stephen, I also really enjoyed the idea about tech expertitis. It's particularly personally relevant to me because essentially it's describing some of the path that I'm trying to go from being essentially more of an individual contributor to more of a position of leadership. And so definitely considering like, okay, seeing these are the pitfalls that could be in front of me and how can I take steps to make sure to avoid them? I found that really, really useful.
Well, thank you. Dr. Lewis, Ryan, what did you learn? What do we have to say?
How's it going? Pretty good semester, kind of bummed it's a short class for the whole summer though. So thank you so much for all you've taught us so far. Last week, I really enjoyed the framework tips for the newbies. I feel like I was a newbie not too long ago, and especially the section on being bombarded and kind of how to survive being bombarded and overwhelmed immediately, because I don't think a lot of leaders or PMs, always necessarily get the best onboarding and support going into it. So you kind of just get thrown to the wolves sometimes. So
the wolves have it. That scares the duck. All right, thank you very much. Dr. Gleason, Kim, what do you have for us?
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I've been following some framing tips for the newbie as well, just structuring our meetings a little bit more appropriately and looking out for resources from your team members, and just kind of overall going over the future of the organization. So what new resources you need to define and know how to measure successfully. I guess just overall working with different stakeholders and identifying them from the very beginning and knowing how to create your relationship that is stable for yourself as an ED, but also for the organization itself as a whole.
Well, you're right. Learning, that's one of the best things I learned is how to kind of categorize stakeholders and figure out what they wanted. So I agree with you. That's very valuable. Dr. Valdez, Alicia.
Hello. I had the similar feeling as a lot of my classmates. The framing success kind of stood out to me because I've been in those situations where you kind of struggle between company goals and customer goals and trying to meet everybody's needs. So that part of the discussion, I think, stood out the most. And then somebody had mentioned earlier that calculated failure is easy to kind of mitigate. And so that really stood out as well. So yeah, that's it for me. Very similar to what some of my classmates had to say.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, Erica, what do you have for us? We're having a hard time hearing you, Erica. I know you went off mute, but we're still having a hard time. Why don't we come back to you and try to sashay through Italy and see Dr. Ryan Roman. Dr. Roman, Ryan, could you chit chat with us a little bit?
I can. I am in the car, so I apologize. It comes off a little rough, but yeah, I think this kind of just an interesting take on the entire class, right? I thought I had done project management, and I don't think I have after this class, right? It just seems that and maybe my post on Packback this week was a little bit of a rant on, you know, it just feels like I've been given work that have been labeled as projects, and like, you're going to manage this project. And that was the guile of project management to me. And it really is so much more than that, from all sorts of aspects of like stakeholders and, you know, just having program management. I didn't even know what that was when we started this class, right? So it's been very enlightening, and you know, I think it's very intriguing area that I would like to do a deeper dive in. So I think I may have to look for some additional classes and training to get more into the nuts and bolts of actually doing project management. So I've appreciated the class, and it's given me a whole new perspective.
Well, take more from us. You get to see my lovely face even more. Just exciting to everyone. And Megan wanted to say to everybody, she meant steering committee. We used to call them senior moments. Now we call them executive moments. So don't worry about it. So Erica Lee, Dr. Lee, let's try. And if not, I'll just talk about what you said. So why don't you give it a shout and try, Erica. Well, so Eric, I'll try and you can send me a chat if you liked it or if I did a good job or not. I like the framing for newbies as well, but specifically the gap analysis. I will be using this on my next employer. That's good. And that's where we are. And I look forward to, and I thank you, Erica. Did I do that okay? If so, put that in your chat, and if you have anything. Yes, sir, I did good. Well, we give the professor 100 curiosity points as well. So let's go to Dr. Patrick Duran. And don't sing for us now. I did the duck. You can sing if you want.
You definitely do not want to hear me sing. I'll clear the Zoom call really quickly. So yeah, I think I mentioned early on in the class that I had done a lot of program management type work, and hadn't really thought about things from a project management perspective. So I really really appreciate the overview and kind of the high level discussion about what all it entails. Without getting too much into the weeds just yet, I think the broad overview has piqued some interest to maybe dive in deeper. But I think at this point, this was a good overview. I've really appreciated the conversations that have happened with the classmates. There was a conversation this week about purpose, which I thought was really important and really made me reflect on kind of a project I'm working on now. Not really, I don't work in project management, but it really made me think of all the challenges along the way. I kind of expressed to my boss this week that I felt like I was creeping up a roller coaster just with all the challenges to get this program up and running, and that I was just kind of waiting for that fall at the end. And I'm hoping that comes soon. So that means that the program's kind of up and running. So it's been interesting. I'm sorry that it's such a short class.
Well, it's okay. You know, most people find they can't take me too much. Jillian, Dr. Const.
Yes, sir. From last week, I think the couple of things that I really picked up on to take back with me were the metrics. So measuring the right things, how do you measure them? And then how do you present them to your stakeholders so that they understand what they need to understand and not putting too much mess out there for them. So that was really good. And then of course, the calculated failure and trying to fail early in a project to show whatever gaps might be there in resources or funding or support or whatever the case may be. A lot of times it seems like we're very adverse to the word failure or allowing something like that to happen. So if we can control it and allow it to illustrate something important for us, that was a really cool idea. And then we're rebuilding our programs and we have a bunch of projects going on where I'm working now. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing some more about change management because that chapter was really interesting for me as well. So, and thank you. It has been a great class and too short. I agree.
Whew. Well, most people get tired of me sooner. Dr. Ofer, hygienist, what do you have for us?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like last speaker said, what I learned last class was stakeholders, how to actually work with stakeholders to make your project go easier and smooth. And actually, I found out that stakeholder, as a matter of fact, if you have issue with stakeholders, then you're going to have issue with your project. You know, based on what I'm working on right now, that actually helped me because before I'm even initiating my project, I will make sure that I know all my stakeholders and communicate with them ahead of time. They don't like surprises. So those things is actually impactful and insightful. That's all I got. Thank you.
Jeez. Joshua and Dr. Tierney, President Martinez, I should say, you know, if we're giving stuff that people can use, we might have to give up our green cards as teachers. So I'm sorry if I've offended. I'm glad you can use it, Dr. Ofer. All right, let's see. Next, how about Dr. Rubio, Manuel? What do you got for us?
Hey everyone. I think what I found that I've enjoyed most is our discussions around telework and telecommuting, like our last class, and just the different perspectives everyone has. Like for me, for example, I love telework and I never want to go back into an office again. And just the fact that meetings now are entirely online, I feel like everyone else has a voice, where if you were too shy to ask a question before now there's a chat and it's easy for you to just type in your question and get it addressed at some point during the meeting. I feel like much more communication happens now than the way we used to do it.
Just writing a paper with a couple of colleagues where we're talking about how change happens from crises or an industry forcing factor. And I don't know if you have a grandmother or grandfather that was around during the Depression, but you'll see that many of them don't believe in banks anymore. So they would put their money all over hidden places all over the house, in books and things like that. But there's a lot of things, as you say. I mean, I'm supposed to go to all of these big conferences. Well, that's a pain. And, you know, and the more you're halfway decent, the more you have to go to these things. And it's just a pain. And I agree with you. I like the idea of just being able to Zoom and chit chat, and I don't have to leave, and I like it. So I think there's going to be some sustaining change from the COVID industry forcing function, the low touch economy, as we call it. Okay, let's see. Next, Dr. Shirley Shandin, can you chit chat for us?
Oh yeah. Some of the great things that I liked about last class were just in the research for some of the packback responses and stumbling on the PMI. They release a survey every year, it looks like. So it's the pulse of the profession. And in the 2017 surveys, they asked individuals projects in your organization that were deemed failures after 12 months. And it was interesting to see that 41% of them said that change in organization's priorities was the number one, followed by inaccurate requirement gathering. Just kind of interesting to see that those were the two top reasons that people polled were deemed as a failure in their company. And then looking at the more recent one, some of the changing priorities of culture organization was being centered around delivering customer value at 80% and aligning with organizational values. And I kind of see that with my prior organization and my current organization of just making sure that everybody was aligned to the culture values that they wanted within the organization.
Yeah, and so that goes back to the, you know, we have Dr. Martinez here, the president of PMI, but so requirements is something that another organization in COSI and systems engineering, which is the obverse reverse, as I've told you in the past, really does a great job on, and they have focused on that for 50 years. So let's see. So thank you for that. Dr. Moya, all I see is an N in front of you.
Hi, yes, it's Natasha.
Natasha, I like it.
Yeah.
I can't do Bullwinkle. I just got to say that right now.
So what spoke out to me from last week was the slide on the data conversion and migration. That's something that I'm working on right now with my job. And that's actually one of the posts I put for Packback, and just kind of understanding the strategy behind it and having the proper planning, even if you're migrating to the cloud, which a lot of people are. And so that's something that I'm doing more research on for the project that I'm doing at work.
Well, thank you. Again, something of use from the class. Dr. Montoya, new dad, Mark, are you there? Or should I come back to him? I just saw him. Maybe come back.
I'm here.
Okay, chit chat to us.
I think a lot of the stuff we've learned so far in this class can be applicable to the stuff I'm doing at work. Prioritizing, scheduling, communicating with my team productively. They're all very valuable stuff that can be used in my day-to-day operations, I believe.
Okie dokie. Dr. Monica Hernandez, and I think it's Larza. I never get to see that, Laura, excuse me.
Perfect. Hi. Wow, I can echo a lot of what has already been said. There's so much that I found valuable over this past week. But what really struck home was the program performance analysis. I work for a program office and we're in the middle of an audit right now. And the information that I'm reporting up, it really helped to have that message of, you know, not what the sausage making, you know, I don't really need to give them every bit of detail and to be able to create that lens of information that I am sharing, because I do get caught up in the weeds of what I do. And it was a good reminder that I don't necessarily need to translate that in the analysis that I'm bringing forth on audit requests. So that really was a valuable piece of information to make this past week go more smoothly. So I really appreciate getting that into action immediately.
Well, that's Joel for you. He's always got his act together. So, and you're right. I tend to want to be a Boy Scout and tell everybody everything, but you know, the answer is always, what can they do to help you change things? And in the weeds, there's not much that they can do. So we'll try and go from there. All right, Dr. Smith, Tyler.
How you doing? Happy Friday. So I know it's been brought up too, and again, just want to echo it, but I found it interesting as far as the whole telecommute and telework. It was also a discussion on the PACBAC, but I just keep finding it interesting how things discussed in this class and many of the other classes that I'm in become so immediately relevant to my professional life, which is obviously good. But I would say before COVID, I traveled over 50%. And obviously that the brakes were put on that because of COVID. Probably about last fall, that started picking up again, but it's still been impacted. And then on the telecommuting thing, as I was discussing it with my classmates in PACBAC last week, I found it ironic that I had my first mandatory training for how to work at home. And so I just, the whole discussion, it just was humorous to me. So, thanks.
That's an interesting one. Thank you. I thought that, well, thank you very much. And traveling is interesting, but not as fun as most people think. Dr. Kirk, Captain Kirk, Annie, why don't you chit chat to us?
Sure. How you doing this afternoon? Yeah, I think for me, it was really a backpack post that really kind of piqued my interest last week, and it's something that we're working on with our work as well, and really just figured out how to kind of overcome organizational resistance to continuous improvement. I really kind of resonate with that. One of the things that we're learning is really how to implement changes, and I know you're going to kind of talk about that today a little bit, by embedding it into sort of your everyday aspect of the work culture, and really encouraging teammates to take measured risks, and letting them know that it's okay to fail, and you can be really successful at failing, but that you have to make sure that your teammate feels safe enough and to be vulnerable to share those failures with others, and so that your team around you can help support you and help you to learn and grow and get better at what you're doing. And then that's where continuous improvement comes into play, is through that support system.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about change, and we're going to talk a little bit about two things with change today. And I don't mean to give away the golden goose, but we're going to talk about the process and then the strategies, which are kind of two different things, and hopefully you get some value out of it. And John, I really want to thank you for saying to Tyler, that's hilarious. And Tyler, we want to know, did you teach that class on how to work from home?
Well, I did not, but it was interesting in the fact that it was a pretty high dollar production. It was probably about 40 minutes long, and it was pretty in depth. So, I mean, the fact that, I mean, the pandemic, obviously it affected everyone and changed the way we work. But I just like, it just hit me that, you know, hey, this is here to stay, that they have such a high dollar online training. So, but I think we're all kind of experts at it now.
Yeah. All right. Well, you did the chat, Dr. Rasmussen. John, why don't you tell us what you learned?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to talk. So the thing that I learned this week that I really liked was in the book, actually, in the last chapter on page, oh, what page was this on? Page 244. It says project failure is rarely about technical failure. It is inevitably about the disconnect between requirements and execution. And I just thought that that was a really good quote because, you know, whenever I hand off projects and for whatever reason that handoff doesn't seem to go well, it hardly has to do with the fact that I didn't have the capabilities or that the other person didn't have the capabilities to actually do something. It usually has to do with that disconnect with requirements and execution. And so I just thought that that was a really good ending sort of nugget of truth to learn from this class. So thank you, Professor Walsh. This has been a great semester, and I'm sorry to see time is done. So thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It's interesting. When I chose this book for, there's another class I use it for, you know, a couple of people say, well, it's so thin. Is there enough in it? And I go, well, there's, because I have, for our graduate introduction class, I have a tome from Humphreys, and books can be big, books can be small. I think this is readable and has a lot of nuggets of good stuff. Anyway, thank you. Dr. Estrada, Karen, what do you have for us?
Hello. So what I found most useful last class was, I believe it was Joel who was talking about it, and just kind of how you address the we've always done it this way type of attitude, and kind of how to address a team who's maybe very resistant to change. So I thought that was really helpful. And I have a question real quick, if you don't mind. I just want a little bit of clarification on our last assignment. We just post it and pack back like it's another question, right? There's not a separate forum that we go to?
No, it's just another question. It's
Okay,
just,
perfect.
you're going to
Thank you.
find writing 1,000 words or so is going to be difficult to get a good score, but you know, you can do it. And I kind of let you play around with everything before. I put up one question. I really don't care what you do. And
all right.
I just want you to find something. Like I'm listening today and I find people have different interests. So bring those interests out. Go research on stuff that's valuable for you.
Okay,
All
great.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Dr.
we're strictly
Norton.
being- Sorry, and we're strictly being graded by Packback, is that correct?
Well, the reason I like Packback is because there's actually really rubrics for it. I read them all. I imagine I should chit chat more about them, but I read everybody's stuff, and I'm really pleased with what's going on. I have a meeting with the Pack representatives. Savannah's here, right? Is Savannah here?
Yes, I am.
And Savannah was on the last one with us, and we just asked about what do you find? How did you think this was? Savannah's been reading them, Devin before that. And I think you're doing a great job. And nothing pleases me more than to give good grades. So I think it's working out is what I'm trying to say, if that's okay.
All right, but if we're, let's say it's 700 words and Packback gives us 100, we can stop there?
No, the hard part about this one is to do it for 1,000 words.
All right. We might want to check the word count on that assignment then.
Yeah, I did. As a matter of fact, you're supposed to put the word count in your question.
What do you mean the word count in your question.
Well, there's a question part, and I said you might want to put the word count in parentheses at the end, but I'll read them.
So are we waiting for this to open, or can we start now?
Well, you can start whenever you want.
Okay, okay, so it's just a regular question like we normally do, and we don't need a response.
No?
Okay.
So the hard part about this is it's 1,000 words, right? That's the hard part. And it's you know, it's like a more involved effort, right? So to the question, you have to have 1,000 words or more, and you have to have a curiosity score. All right, let's see who's next. Dr. Norton, no, I just did you, right? Dr. Norton, right? Dr. May, shush.
No, sir.
Oh, I didn't. Dr. Norton, Brandon.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Oh, no worries. So I found the tech expert-itis to be entertaining because I've been moaning and groaning about that for about 5 years or so. So, you know, glad that that's acknowledged at, you know, expert levels. And then, you know, I really appreciated Joel's conversation on failure modes. And I've been, you know, trying to apply that to my program. So thank you.
Well, Joel's pretty bright. All right, well, I guess I can't sneak up on shush anymore. Dr. May, you're next, shush.
Hi, Dr. Walsh. So I really appreciated this class quite a bit, and I've learned a lot, especially with respect to stakeholder management. And I find that that's really front of mind for me now, regardless of what I'm doing at work these days. So thank you for that. I'm still challenged with the concept of calculated failure. And I tried to do some research on it online, and I'm not having a whole lot of luck finding very much just using that phrase as a search phrase. But I do have an example from work, and I'm hoping you can give me some insight and see if this counts as a calculated failure concept. So my ongoing saga of my executive stakeholders, recently a project, I mean, I use the term project kind of loosely because we are by no means a formal project management kind of environment, but a process that I was trying to put into place. And then I have my executive stakeholder who likes to come in and change things midstream, you know, throw wrenches in the processes, and then everyone starts running around trying to make the executive happy. So this last week, something like that happened, and my thought was, well, since everyone's going to bend backwards and try to redirect the project to make the stakeholder happy, if I know that there's a large chance that there may be failure, or at least, you know, kind of we could be heading toward failure, is that considered calculated failure if I allow it to happen just to see the outcome and then be able to use that to reorient the project?
Well, we have a lot of people here. Is Tristan still on? This is something that happens with you and I a lot. Do you want to take a first shot, or would you like me or Dr. President Martinez? Which one? Who wants to go first? Or
Hey, Steve, I'm here. Why don't you go first and then I'll jump in?
all right. Well, so a calculated failure, first, you got to remember I'm kind of a pain, right? And so I say, hey, you know, let's say the guy's name's Charlie or the gal's name's Charlene. We'll call him Charlie. Say, hey, Charlie, glad you want these changes. Here is the change registry book. Let's put them on and let's see how many resources we have to do and things like that. So first thing I do is I try to get them to do the things the right way. What do you think about that, Tristan?
Yeah, that's the starting point.
And if he doesn't, I say, well, I have Tristan's heard this because most of my students have. I said, I'll bet you $1 to $10. I'll put up $10, you can put up $1 that this ain't gonna work. And I guess that's my calculated failure. And I make my executives that I've worked for, even, and I've been the executive. I kind of like it when people do things like that, but mostly when people are throwing their weight around, it's not going to work, right? So that's what I do, and I try and push him or her to going through the process. And if they don't, well, then I'm going to make sure they understand it's a calculated failure. How did I do, Tristan?
I think that was good. And I think some of the examples that we've seen at work is, people don't necessarily understand what the potential impact of the failure is until they actually feel it. So allowing them to fail early on a less critical activity shows the impact that their work has or their decisions has without causing the project to essentially nosedive and completely fail. So what we've done before is when we've been looking at multiple design options, say for a component or something, and not sure which one's going to ultimately work out, can we essentially pursue concurrent paths and allow 2, 3, 4 of those paths to fail to ultimately get us to a successful outcome without jeopardizing the end delivery? And that might be the way you divvy up the work. That might be the way that you define your project teams. But failure has to be an acceptable outcome because it's going to occur. Otherwise, people are just going to hide it when it does occur.
Is that useful?
Yes, that is useful. Thank you so much.
And President Martinez, I didn't hear you chirp in there. I'll make you answer the next one. And Dr. Tierney. Okay, who's next? Dr. Bergman, Morgan, what do you have for us?
Well, going later is definitely harder. There's a few things that stuck with me really more than the others. And one is, like Beth was saying, that balance between making sure that you're framing things without feeling like you're being dishonest. Because I have definitely gotten myself into situations that just were overly complicated that didn't need to be because I was sharing too much. Because I was nervous that if I didn't share it somehow, I was withholding relevant information. So it's always a good check for me to rein that back. And I feel like throughout the course on PackBack, I don't know if I don't know if it's that I'm a little bit less open to the changes or if I am more of a devil's advocate, because I really think a lot of times the solution isn't everything should be this, or there's a new approach, it should all be that. I think the biggest benefit I see from this course is really making us all pump the brakes and think about each aspect of our projects. And I really think it extrapolates further than that, to just really make conscious decisions and not be going through just business as usual or however it's always been done, but to really think like, does this meeting agenda need to include all these aspects? Are we measuring the right data? Does this meeting need to be virtual or does it need to be in person? Because I think all of the both of them can be true for different meetings. So I think each class, there's been different takeaways, but they keep going back to that main point. I guess I heard Paul kind of say it in the beginning. Some of it is just like reinforcing an overall message to me, which is just really how important it is to take the time to think through our approach with each of these things, because that makes such a difference in terms of success or failure. And I forget who had the quote, but yeah, so often it's not just the technical aspect. It's how well did we plan for this? How well did we measure the right data? How well did we understand the expectations of what was needed out of the project? And I have enjoyed how all of the different layers we're talking about keep building on that idea.
Good. Dr. Bird, Jamie, what do you have for us?
Hey, yes, good afternoon. So the items that I took back from last week, which really piqued my interest with the contract management and vendor negotiations, thinking about some of the partnerships when, those failed negotiations over statement of work, the cost, and any items, especially when you're partnering on a bigger contract. So that piqued my interest of, how projects and programs fail, and thinking about that and how to meet those contracted milestones. And I think before I had mentioned of Unpack Back about how do you work with partners who may not have the same, the cultural or the same values, because you run into different, contractor problems of meeting that statement of work with two different visions. So I really took that piece, and that really piqued my interest last week.
Well, thank you. Dr. Real, Lawrence, what do you got for us?
Hey, good afternoon. Well, kind of throughout the whole course, I want to say thank you. I echo what everyone has been saying in the sense that it's been really beneficial, and it's facilitated a lot of introspection and good discussions with my director and teammates, actually, at a very practical level. So thank you for that. In terms of something that's really been sticking out with me from last week and the readings for this week was the whole idea of change management. My organization has gone through a tremendous amount of change in the past two and a half years, and kind of reading that chapter is, again, going back to the discussions with my director, has really helped frame some of that for myself, as well as kind of talk to him about it. I laughed out loud when I read the framing for change management and how it's very much related to the stages of grief, because several months ago I actually made a joke in a meeting that I feel like our team kind of has gone through the stages of grief with one of the big changes that happened, and we're kind of working through it and getting better. So really enjoying the course. Thank you, and thank you to all your discussants for their time and their insights. It's been really great.
Thank you. Dr. Eric Archuleta, what do we have?
Just like some of my other classmates, I found the topic of telecommuting, really interesting. Just the fact of, how we do it through different methods, social media, instant messaging, stuff like that, and how important it is to really, make sure you get your message across when it comes to communicating through those methods. One of the things that I found most important is about responding promptly when you do communicate that way. If you send an email, receive an email, stuff like that, you should always respond as quickly as you can, just to make sure that, your coworkers and stuff, show that you're responsible and dependable and stuff like that. And, it's definitely where we're headed towards and stuff like that. So it's definitely an interesting topic, and I really appreciated it.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Dixon, Mark, what do you have for us?
Good afternoon, Professor Walsh. One of the takebacks I had from this past week's responses was that, and I learned this on Packback, is that you can oppose or have a contrary opinion to what somebody else's response was. And it gave me that opportunity to voice my opinion on that. One of the things that I'm finding with this networking that we're doing in Packback by putting our questions and responses, and it's driving conversations, is that there's no right way and there's no wrong way of project management or program management. That it's a learning process, and it just really, it depends on moods, it depends on attitudes, it depends on project types, program types. It's something that is, as a project manager or a program manager, you have to be flexible. I'm finding that, because everything is always changing. So that's my take back from this past week's postings.
Thank you. Dr. Torres, Alicia, what do we have from you?
So I think, well, I really did enjoy the conversation and discussion last time. And obviously that really rang true for me since I work in technology. So a lot of the items and things that were discussed definitely hit home. And there were some great reminders on data migration and things like that. But overall with the class, I think the thing I just, and this is echoing what others have said, but I really have enjoyed the pack back as much as I disliked it on day one. By day two, I really did enjoy it. And I think the biggest thing I'm taking away, although we had some great discussants and some really great content and information, I've enjoyed learning from the fellow students in the cohort and just looking at the varying perspectives and reading through their thoughts and really kind of learning from them. So I think that's been a really great component to this class.
Well, thank you. Dr. Pino, Derek, what do you got for me?
So I think it's kind of hard to follow up with everybody. They've said a lot of good things, but as far as takeaways from last week, I would say the biggest thing that I kind of honed in on and thought about and put into perspective as I went through the work week was developing metrics and how you report them and what you do to report those. I think Bergman actually mentioned this a little bit earlier when she mentioned it. She talked about how we present metrics and trying to be transparent, and sometimes you can overshare. And I think it's really hard when you're in a leadership position and you're trying to really be transparent about a project. You do want to be transparent, but you also want to be mindful of how you're presenting data. And if you're actually looking at the positive aspects or just looking at the negative aspects of the metrics that you're reporting. So that was something that kind of just stuck with me, and I thought about it all week. As far as the class goes, I would say my biggest takeaways are just learning how to efficiently manage a project. Coming in, I was really confident and I thought that I knew what a project manager does. But now in hindsight, I think I'm walking away with a lot of good tools, a lot of different techniques. For instance, looking at feasibility, looking at competency of your team, looking at what sort of trainings you can offer them, how you can make things efficient, who your teammates are and who your key players are. So that was one of the biggest takeaways for me, is just trying to integrate that into my new leadership roles. And I will be taking a lot of those techniques and theories moving forward.
Thank you. Dr. Baca, Roxanne, what do you got for us? Roxanne.
I appreciated, like a lot of other people, the telecommuting. I went from working in a crazy hospital to a desk job to home in a matter of a year. So it was really nice to learn different viewpoints and modalities of telecommuting and how people stay connected to their team.
All right, Dr. Jacob. Jacob, you don't have a last name up here and I don't remember it right offhand. So what did you got from us?
Sure. So what I found interesting were two of the points he made. One was the planned failure, and the other was applying pressure to the team. And I found it interesting kind of thinking through how you could use those as a project manager to apply pressure and then have that fuse point to kind of give you feedback on how that pressure is affecting your team and if it's getting to be too much. And additionally, how you could kind of create your failure points in ways that maybe they feed back to you, but don't cause failure in the project at large. So I thought those were pretty interesting. That's what I asked my question on, and I practiced the final by answering my own question as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael, Dr. Spafford, what do you have for us?
Sorry, I'm kind of in and out today. What's been on my mind this week has been plagiarizing successful strategies of other organizations, and also developing like a list of lessons learned. I really reflected on my top 10 most painful personal lessons and put those in pack back.
Oh my God. It's an expose.
Well, it's work related. I have lots of other ones that I didn't put on pack back, but So I think those are two good things since we're often facing that situation he mentioned in the first chapter of trying to solve the same problems over and over again. So that's what's on my mind this week.
Okay. Let me make sure. Did I get everybody? There's two people that just dropped off, so probably they didn't want to be gotten. Did I miss anybody here? Have I missed anybody? Everybody chit-chatted? I think there's a second Alicia, maybe.
Yeah, there is, Professor. I'm sorry about that. To get the visual on my computer, I had to log in, but then to get the audio, I had to log in from my phone. But you did get me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Very nice words. Why don't we take it's about 2:10. How about, when do you want to get back? 2:25? Is that convenient for the break?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yes.
All righty, thank you.
Dr. Walsh, are you actually there?
I am here.
Hi, Dr. Walsh. This is Megan Carasy. I just wanted to let you know real quick, I was surprised this week with by one of our children. She informed us she's going to get married this afternoon.
Oh,
So
congratulations.
thank you. It's an interesting story.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you can imagine. But for that reason, I wanted to let you know I will miss part of today's lecture to attend that. So I'll
Well, that's
probably
fine.
log
Just
off about.
go and take care of that. That's your family. And no
Thank
matter,
you.
it's it's interesting. I'll just relate perhaps an interest. I don't know. An interesting story is that my namesake, my nephew, named after me. He goes, "Well, Steve, I'm sorry. I wanted to go. I know I broke with tradition from the family, and we eloped. We're in Costa Rica." And I said, "Your grandmother and her two sisters eloped to California from Nova Scotia. Your grandmother, or I guess great grandmother, your grandmother, sisters, all eloped. So don't think it's so special, And but I'm sure there's a good reason, and everybody's going to have a good time."
Yes, I'm sure. Good.
All right. Well,
My
take
husband
care of
keeps
your
saying
family.
glad it'll be over soon.
Well, take care of your family. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Walsh, are you there?
I was swearing at my sister, so I had to shut off my microphone, but go ahead.
I just missed the chance then. I've been in and out of the hospital today, and I'm going to have to leave again, but I missed the chance. I forgot it was our last class. And then I just want to thank you for a great class.
Well, we tried to do something different. And hopefully you liked it. And I know a
Loved
lot
it.
of people
Yep.
were burnt out, so we tried to make it a little bit interactive and interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to sign out. Thank you.
President Martinez, are you still there?
I'm here now, Steve.
Well, I'll start off, do about 10 minutes of stuff, and then it's yours, okay? And then I'm
Thank you,
gonna
sir.
change seats, and Dr. Tierney will come in and do the following, all right? It's just that
Perfect,
my
thank you.
bum's a little touchy, as they say. And we gonna have to go get lunch, all of us, Tristan and Erica, next week, and Dr. Tierney, and I'll buy lunch and send out things that you'll like. All right.
Professor Walsh?
Yes, sir.
Are you team teaching our class, our next class, the
7-Eleven
the technology
management stuff. I sure am.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, you are? Was just curious.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully you like it. We're going to do similar things.
Are we going to use Packback?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, well, that's what so I'm a distinguished professor in management of technology. So it's supposed to be the stuff I know what I'm doing in the most.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of your specialty or background. By the way, a young man, I think, was it Alex Greenberg?
Yeah, Alex Greenberg. Yeah.
He told me he used to be your TA.
He was.
Yeah, I ran into him the other day and we were just chatting and then you came up. He's working for the state of New Mexico on a
economic development.
Yeah, recovery project. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't know it.
Hi.
I don't know if I've said it to the class, but I've just been named the New Mexico endowed chair for economic development for the state. So not bad.
Oh, interesting. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, I guess I
and
get a
what does-
few more shekels.
What does that mean exactly?
Means I get to go and do economic development stuff, which is what I do all the time anyway.
Okay.
And I'm supposed to know what I'm doing at it, and God knows that I do or I don't, but I try.
Yeah.
And I would hope Alex didn't say it was horrible.
No, he said he really enjoyed it and he said to tell you hi.
All right, he's a good guy.
So, all right.
Thank you. And we got about 3 minutes.
Okay, when Josh puts his screen, his
No,
slides up.
no, he doesn't put his slides up. We have his slides.
Okay.
So we have his slides. He just expects us to go when he tells us.
Okay.
I like that concierge service, Steve.
That's it, Joshua. So I have to change seats, right? For my little condition. And so I'll be changing seats and Dr. Tierney will be steering. So just say next and he'll go. All right.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That just gave me a little bit more background.
Is Savannah back on yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
You might want to make sure we get a hold of the folks at Packback and make sure the students can put in their things until Wednesday. All right? Because one of the students said that it says it's closing on tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, so Wednesday, yeah, I'll email the backpack ladies.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Dr. Walsh.
Here we, Julian. Yes, ma'am.
This is Sarah Z.
Dr. Const, go ahead. What's that? Oh, this is someone else.
This
Okay.
is Sarah Z. I do have a question. I've been working on my pack-back question. But
Yep.
now I'm not even at 1,000 words, which I know is the requirement, but pack is giving me an error that my post is becoming too long. Is that problematic in any way?
So but the support, you can make up to 1,000 words. I asked we discussed it with them.
Okay.
It shouldn't have a problem. If it does, you let me know.
Okay,
All right?
it doesn't seem to affect the score, but it does give me that error when it's giving you feedback on your post. So
Okay.
just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. Dr. Walsh, this is Dr. Const. Is she there?
Yep, I'm here.
Jillian, are you there? All right. You asked for the final, same thing. If you get 90 or above, it's 100.
Okay, thanks. I'm
Okay.
stressing out because if it doesn't like 1,000 words, I'm guessing it's gonna be real hard to get a good grade.
It's well, it won't be a hard, you guys have been doing good. It's just, it's harder, that's all. And you would expect the final to be a little harder, right? And you'll do fine.
Well, it's a little
And,
finicky and a little nuanced. If it's giving you 100% at 600 words, there's a good chance that you'll never make 100% at 1,000 words.
That's right. Tough, isn't it, Paul? Doesn't love us.
Well, I'm just saying it's inconsistent, and I find that trying less gives better grades, and I'm just afraid that if we actually do meet the requirement, we'll never be able to get a passing grade, or not a passing grade, but at least a 90.
Well, I think you'll be surprised. I think you'll do okay. I wouldn't do something with you that I haven't tried, or my colleagues haven't tried. All right.
I think the rule of thumb too, guys, for the backpack is that more the merrier. It's gonna grade you better if you guys provide more information and sources, of course.
So that's where you get to put up your 1,000 words, is on sources and stuff. So anyway.
Dr. Walsh, while you're still there, I was curious if anybody, or if you would know, or maybe if Savannah could ask them, is there a way to actually access these questions and responses later, like either download them or somehow have continuous access? Because I have not had time to read all of them and I would love to, but today's our last day.
We asked them last time we were with them that question, and they said that the community would not go away, right, Savannah?
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button, but yes, they said that, and I've actually taken a class with Backpack before, and I went back and read a few of the posts, and you'll always have access to the community. It'll expire, which just means you can't like actively post to it and respond, but you can always go back and look at old posts and responses.
So that's why Savannah is on our team, because she knows what she's doing, unlike your professor.
Professor Walsh, is it going to let us go in there and edit our information, say we drafted it or we put it in there just to see where we're at, but the score's not good, then we can go in there and
Or you get to redo it until somebody responds to you, but nobody's supposed to respond to anybody for the final, right? Mo?
Okay. I guess I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, same as always. I've made sure it's the same as always.
Hi there, this is Jasmine. So,
hey Jasmine, what's
sorry if
up?
I have this wrong. Hi. So do we ask a question and answer the question, or are we just submitting one?
Just
1,000
getting one thing and supporting it, right?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're about, yeah, I'm biting into other people's time. So we're okay here. Can we You get to hear my little lecture for the day. Most of the time, people don't like my lectures. I'll try and do it as much in Duck as I can. Donald Duck, okay. This is Backpack Basics. We just, I guess, asked them and answered those questions. Everybody feel comfortable with the assignment? Now, any other questions about the assignment? Okay. All right, change management. I always like this stuff. This is my favorite stuff. I used to tell in my MOT class, I'm going to be joint teaching your next class for some of you with my department chair. You got to tell my department chair I'm a good guy. He's not sure. He was also my student, so I guess he thinks I'm okay. And so that's what you get when you get older. You start having students. I have a number of students that went on and got their PhDs, and a couple of them have come back here. So, but there are a lot of things that will be different because of the project. Oh, don't worry about it. They'll come around. The Ostrich Change Management Brain Trust. And the question given in our discussion today is not so different. Okay, there's one small change. The red bag has the sandwiches, the green bag has your parachute. So this guy's a little bit the problem. So we're going to talk about change management plans, fear and change management. People talked about how this looks a lot like something else, and it does. I'm going to talk about one change curve. Dr. Tierney is going to talk about Lewin's models and some strategies, and plan for change training. And you're going to hear me say communicate, communicate, communicate. Obviously, the plane there suggests exactly what I mean. It's the responsibility of a program manager. We talked about that. Oops, Daisy, I'm sorry. We talked about that and how people do not follow the rules. They just won't. Well, my name is whoever, president, name me a president who hasn't done that. But change management is complex. No recipe I know for it. Somebody said there's a lot of different ways to do it. There is. Easiest to occur when change is embraced by a firm. New president, new ownership or control. I used to tell people in the management of technology class about change. I said technology change, and this is something you'll hear next semester for those who take it. It's the biggest change agent in the world, and all managers have to manage technology change. I don't care what you are, what you do. And it is the biggest opportunity in the world. So those people that know most about it will do it. I also said, if you are a change agent in a firm, most change agents in firms are called ex-employees. And so you should keep that in mind as well. Program management, change management is the strategy you employ to get everyone to adapt to a new situation. Does that make sense? Good change management is always structured, it's always planned, it's always focused on an individual and the organization, and you better put 8% of your budget just out there for change. Is that a good number, President Martinez, or a bad, or is that too low?
I think that's actually par for the course in most organizations right now. Granted, on the government side, it could be much higher. It all varies by the complexity and scope of the projects you're working on.
And Erica, are you still here, gone? You agree?
Yes.
She may have left us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there she is. And Tristan, what do you think? Dr.
I think if
Dr.
anything,
Tierney?
it might be a little bit low, but at least 8%, yeah.
Yeah, that would be my guess, just guess that 8% is a little bit low. I'd probably be looking at 10%, just as a rule of thumb.
I'm telling you, I'm getting beat on here. All right, keep in mind, frankly, I'm expecting something a bit more sophisticated. Carrot and a stick, right? Remember, people don't like change. Even if it's good for them, they don't. I mean, it's not hard to figure. Look at the mask stuff and the vaccines, right? Obviously good. People hate it. I'm not saying I love it. I just do it. Show at least 2 benefit streams for everything you can do. So if you're going to tell people they got to change, you got to tell them what goodies they're going to get for changing, right? Works when people use change management tools. When you can create an emotional attachment to a future state. People do this really well. Presidents I mean, I'm not a big politician, and I view them as a necessary evil. But the best ones get you to buy in, they use the word buy in, to a future state and emotionally move towards it. And that's probably the best example I can give. Remember the organizational change part. You must address the organizational change. Projects will fail even when they meet the triple constraints. Everybody, we've talked about, budget, time, and what you told people you're going to deliver. One of the most famous of these is the underground subway system in LA. It was the first project in the state of California in 50 years to come in on time and under budget, but it had a 10% ridership. Even though it did everything that the stakeholders asked them to do, it was an unmitigated failure. So stakeholders have to have an acceptance of change. Stakeholders' perception of the deliverable and what it's there. I don't know how it started. All I know is it's part of our corporate culture, this weird hat. I wasn't very good at that. Poor perception of what you do. Expect resistance from everybody, stakeholders, team members. Everybody will resist change. Just go into it knowing that's going to happen. Fear of change. People losing jobs, power, control, and or prestige. That's happened. Our new dean is a big change agent. And she told me, I think she said, you're going to like 90% of my changes, Steve. And I said, that's good, Dean Montoya, because you're going to probably like 90% about what I say too. So I think in that way, we got along fine. If you understand, she understood that I wasn't going to agree with everything she had to say, and that's fine. And I'm going to have a lot of things to say, and she might not like everything I have to say. People unsure of how or if they can do their work, where their current contributions be valued by the next regime, right? Biggest fear, the fear of the unknown. Be as transparent in this process as you can. I can't resolve for X. I have a fear of the unknown.
Hey, Professor Walsh.
Communications Yes,
Oh,
John.
on that last slide there, you had something about SNL. I imagine that was talking about National Laboratories. So I was wondering if you could please just address that bullet, what you meant by that, please.
Sure. Well, every time there's a new boss in town at SNL, isn't there, for the last 2 or 3 years? Tristan?
Steve, I think we have what's called a management and operating contract that governs the laboratories. All the laboratories do, and that contract can get renegotiated. And when it does, typically all executive leadership is out and they bring in new ones, and it's a huge change cycle. For example, Lockheed Martin operated the labs from 1993 until 2017, and now Honeywell is operating the labs, and there was a huge change in culture as a result of that, and an entirely new executive leadership team.
There's been a lot of fights between back and forth. And what usually happens is, we can go into it, again, that's making the sausage, is that there'll be give and take on both sides. But that, I just put it up there because it's a good example of a huge new chain. That's all. Does that make sense, John?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And local, as they say. Communications under stress. I love this one. I wouldn't even be thinking, threatening to jump. You haven't cured me about my fear of heights. So you get some unexpected consequences. When you empower people, people will tend to, if you're at least what I think of a good leader, if you're a shared leadership person or servant leadership, which I like, well, you're empowering people, so you've got to expect them to push back against you. And if you don't, you're not understanding what you're making. So therefore, the communication gets more complex the more you empower people to make decisions. You're not going to get it right all the time. You have to be repetitive. You have to tell folks again and again. People simply don't listen when they're stressed. They don't. You'll see that when people are really stressed, they just want to get out of a meeting. A lot of people that are a lot of top-down change will have 1 million meetings because they know that they can get their agenda through because people won't push back because they're scared and they don't listen. Unfortunately, a lot of those people, there are some people like me that under stress, I tend to push back, and I'll give you an example. We're going to have a new list of journals. I disagree with them. And I'm the only distinguished professor, in other words, the best researcher at the school. But they don't ask me what I think about the list until they tell us about it, right? So what do you do with stakeholder fear? We're all stakeholders. We're all going to have fear. And to any change, you're going to have fear. You want to analyze it. You want to identify all fears to the best of your ability. As an executive, as a program manager, these are things you got to do. You want to initiate strategies to overcome identified fears. You're not going to get them all. Continual reassurance and communication. Step 4 is understand you will most likely not identify all fears. Just understand that's going to happen. You will not, some people, I don't get everybody's name right every day. I'm just the world's worst at that. And I thank Mo for allowing me to call her Mo, but I've tried my very best. And some people take that as an offense, right? Some people do. I don't know what I can do about it. I don't pronounce my own last name, Walsh, at least what I've been told, the right way. And I go, I'm an American. I'm not from Ireland. Give me a break. I don't take things like that to heart. Other people do, right? Other people do. Addressing stakeholder fear. We don't want to view this committee as being in any way confrontational. Well, you're going to see things like this. You're going to see people move away from you if you dictate change. It may not be this dramatic, but it'll be something like this. And that's why I like the picture. Throughout a program management life cycle, stakeholders should know how their fears are being addressed. And, it's, there's just historical, there's historical bad blood. We're in New Mexico. 15% of the population is Native American. Many other of us have some percent. Do they have any reason to believe anything a Hispanic person has to say, or white other than Hispanic person has to say? Not really. And that's really been caused by crisis change, right? And so they honestly don't. And you can't, you can only be as straightforward as you can. Things get confrontational. I try to divert them. Use words like concerns. You don't want to emphasize words like fear. Address each stakeholder's attitude towards change. Know how planned change is likely to affect an organization. All right. Use known metrics and explain new ones. What will the organization do differently to embrace change? So you have to have this kind of stuff in your back pocket, ready to go if you're going to do change. You have to do your homework. It doesn't matter how well you get along with folks. You have to communicate a plan, and you have to communicate a strategy. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And I just like Virginia. This used to be, you're going to see things that are, we're going to talk about at-car change today, or Dr. Tierney, much more knowledgeable than I am. But you want to show somebody, I just like this because it looks like project management, right? Change management, foreign element, there's resistance, there's chaos, there's a transforming idea, there's integration, and there's a new status quo. The new status quo should always be higher than the old status quo. But the old status quo, there are going to be some people that are disenfranchised from the old status quo to the new status quo, right? If that makes sense. I think that's my last slide. Any other questions on that? Just an overview of change. Dr. Tierney is going to talk about some of the strategies and some of the, like Virginia's slide, just somebody I like. And he's going to talk a guy by the name of Lewin, that is the grandfather of all change management. And then he's going to talk about the current flavor of the month. But we're going to talk now a little bit about President Martinez is going to take us through some efforts on shared and servant leadership. Right, President Martinez?
Right, you are, Steve.
All right, I am going to let his fellow discussants steer, and I will get on the other computer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I guess I could turn my camera on here. No, in all reality, I am not at the beach, but hello, everyone. My name is Josh Martinez. Thank you for having me today. Today's talk is going to be on servant leadership. I am a project management professional by trade. I work for the Department of Energy by day, and for PMI pretty much the rest of the time. The compensation package is terrible, but I absolutely love volunteering my time. In addition, one of the reasons why this is such a special topic to me is I'm actually a graduate of the 2020 PMI Leadership Institute Masterclass, and this was a huge focus of ours and of PMI's. Next slide. So what are our session objectives? So our objectives today are to identify the essential elements of servant leadership as a life and leadership philosophy. This isn't just one facet. This is your entire life. We're going to determine how servant leadership aligns with your personal aspirations as well as with your leadership goals. I see some of the names in the room, and I remember some of you as leaders and as fellow colleagues when I worked at UNM. Then we're going to assess how the practice of servant leadership will enhance your effectiveness as a leader. And I hope you'll leave today identifying one element of servant leadership you want to improve on. Next slide. So where does servant leadership from the project management standpoint begin? Well, in order to do that, I'm inviting you to go on a little trip with me 52 years into the past. It was a little restaurant in Philadelphia in 1969 where a group of like-minded people got together and said, well, project management, it's great. We now need a series of standards and we need an organization to help protect that knowledge so that it becomes something that is crazy useful for the future. Fast forward, I was at the 50th anniversary event in 2019, right before the pandemic, and to see how PMI has come from one place to the next is incredible. During the second 50 years of its existence, there have been a lot of strategic changes, which is exactly what a servant leader is. So in your first class, Tim Jerome mentioned that the servant leader and the project management professional really is the trusted advisor to the organization. That is very, very true. We are trusted advisors, we are strategists, we are people who take into account the needs of the project and stakeholder and make it all come together. Next slide. So servant leadership is all about being the best version of you. Now, why is this such a powerful message? Being the best version of you will change throughout your careers and your lives. When you're an early college student, the best version of you is just making it to class on time and getting good grades. As a professional, the best version of you, if you go into, for example, requirements analysis, might be how do I make sure that I know what I need now versus what the organization needs later. And finally, when you reach the C-suite and you become an executive, is the best version of me the person who managed projects, or is the best version of me the person who can see the big picture and serve the needs of the entire organization? Being the best version of you will never be one solid thing. It will change as your careers progress. Next slide. Remember this, relationships are primary, all else is derivative. Servant leaders focus on relationships and communication. That is why it is such a key point to organizational success. And I'm sure Erica and Tristan can also speak to this because they're project management professionals in the lab infrastructure, whereas I work for Department of Energy proper. And the relationships that we have with each other are huge to make sure that we're all ultimately on the same page. Next slide. So as leaders, this is a very interesting slide, right? So we often judge ourselves by our intentions. Those that we lead judge us by our actions. It's very easy to lose sight of which one is which. Ultimately, what I would like to say is sometimes a boss will have, their own ideas to what they want to do. And they have the best of intentions, but they aren't always taking into account, and this isn't a dig at any one person, but they aren't always taking into account the needs of the people working under them. And so they may make a decision that the team may be like, well, what's going on there? This is where servant leadership comes into play. It's that constant reflection that, okay, if I make this change, if I make this decision, is this truly the best decision for the organization, or is this a decision that I may not have taken all the factors into account? Next slide. So for you, what if you could identify one thing this morning that, if you began doing more consciously and consistently, would increase your effectiveness as a leader in your personal and professional roles? Remember that servant leaders are leaders not just at the workplace, not just at home, but in volunteer organizations. Some servant leaders become college professors. Some servant leaders decide that they really want to do nonprofit work. What is this one thing, and this is just food for thought, what is this one thing that if you started doing it would increase your overall effectiveness as a leader? Next slide. So, servant leadership. What is it at its very core? Well, the next slide will tell us that servant leadership is a lifelong journey. And this is true. Servant leadership, there's not some pinnacle where you reach the top and you're done. No, it will constantly change. Your perspective will constantly change. How you serve others will constantly change. So you'll never really reach the top. You'll just reach a more refined version of yourself. Next slide. So if you really live it, servant leadership does change everything. Next slide. Everything you may ask, the answer is yes. Next slide. So this couldn't be more true. So the transformation of coal to a diamond. Now, coal at its very piece, it's a piece of the core. It's an area hidden way down in the depths, constantly under pressure. But if you give it time and the right set of conditions and the right set of opportunities, eventually you get a diamond. Coal is a piece of the working infrastructure. A servant leader should always be at the point where they are a diamond. They are a gem to the organization because they are truly leading change. Next slide. And that is really where, I've talked about professional and personal being something you need to consider. PMI takes a piece of this as well. PMI says in its code of ethics that all project professionals should be servant leaders. And that is both professionally, personally, in your community. It's truly a method by which you'll be more successful in working with people. Now, some of you mentioned early on in the discussion, the difficult stakeholder or the person that you've got to communicate with that you might communicate things that you didn't need to. So the concept of the executive summary might be something we can work on, but also take the servant leadership approach. What does someone need to know versus the entire picture? How do you help people make the decision that steers them in the right direction for the organization? Next slide. People who want to just lead, which there is a good place for them as well. Well, if you want to do that and you want to go fast, by all means go alone. It's a rough journey because it's all you. But as the next slide will show us, if you want to go far, if you want to build good culture, then you go together. Powerful statement. A lot of times when you read books, you see leadership as a one-man army jumping up a hill. The reality of it is true servant leadership means that you can take your team and transform them into a much more efficient, much more productive, and much more culturally cohesive group together. Next slide. When we're looking at servant leadership and when we're looking at our career,
Joshua, we can't hear you.
Yeah. Joshua, we can't hear you. Joshua, we can't hear you.
hello everyone, apparently.
You're on mute now, Joshua. There you go.
Yeah, my phone cut the call and I don't know what happened. So my apologies. So starting again with this slide, this is an interesting perspective, right? When you are hired for a job, whether it be as a project manager, as a program manager, as a strategic officer, most of the time you're given a job description, which is a list of parameters that put you within a box, right? And so when you come into the organization, you're thinking, okay, I got to do this, this, and this. It's a great starting point, but next slide, please. Since servant leadership is a life and leadership philosophy, we hope that you will think outside the box. We hope that at that point you can say, okay, here's what we have today, but here's where we can be. Next slide. Servant leadership harmonizes, integrates, and impacts all areas of life, leadership, and service. It's a work-life balance. And, you know, in the professional community, unfortunately, we talk mostly about work-life balance being how many hours a week you put in at the office versus time at home. And in the COVID era, how many hours a week are you really working from your kitchen table or your home office because you haven't been to the office in over a year? Well, servant leadership asks you, okay, well, you can look at that, but look at the true work-life balance of how you're rounded as an individual. Next slide. So at the end of the day, servant leadership is all about strategy. Now, this is a powerful image as well because as a strategist and as a lifelong chess player, I love the game of chess. I love that you have to incorporate true strategy to win, but at the same time, there is balance, right? And this is the ideal way to show it. You have your light versus dark. You have work versus life. When you can bring the two together, sometimes work's going to win, sometimes life's going to win. It's the same thing with servant leadership. Not everything you think about will work. Not every strategy you try will be a success. Failure is a piece, a critical piece, no less, of servant leadership. But it's that failure that at the end of the day gives you true success. Next slide. When you've learned to make that work-life balance and that servant leadership life a part of your everyday life, you get to go to new heights. You know, you get to go on that adventure. I don't know how many of you guys like to get out and about in nature. I'm trying to do more of it now, especially since it was pretty much the only thing you could do to get out of the house for like a year. But you get to get a new perspective, right? Next slide. And as you grow, hopefully you'll get out of that box that we talked about earlier, where you have your basic job requirements, and you'll put on a new set of lenses. You'll have the ability to look out and see a different picture, a picture that takes more than just one area into account. It brings the entire umbrella together. Program managers have the unique responsibility within their organization to have to see this. You know, a project, you might be contributing to one piece of the organization, but when you're running a program, you have to be able to look at all of these areas. Next slide. While remembering that with great responsibility comes a great deal of accountability. So as a servant leader, you're not going to the top alone. You're figuring out how to help your team succeed and transform itself into the next level. Next slide. So the servant leader is the servant first. It begins with the natural feeling that one wants to serve first, then conscientious choice brings one to aspire to lead. Very, very powerful. Oftentimes, if you make it to that point where you are at the executive level, you've been identified for some great potential that you have. Now you need to use that potential and that power to serve, because then you build culture, you'll build loyalty, and most of all, you build a reputation as someone who sees the organization as a whole and not just for its strategic goals. Next slide. Servant leadership is people-centered. You know, how many teams have you worked on where you've been dealt tasks, but you may not necessarily have felt like a truly contributing member of the team? Servant leadership tells you you need to focus on that first. You need to place the needs, growth, and development of those led ahead of those leading. Because at the end of the day, those leading often are the oversight. They are the people who, while they have all the big picture, are just hoping that a team can make the work happen. This way, that leader will take this goal and help their team transform the deliverable, not just to give me a new SharePoint site. No, give me a truly new environment that suits the needs of my organization. Next slide. So there are three fundamental elements of servant leadership, and they're simple, but they're ones that we often overlook. But the first of these is empathy. So, you know, why is it in red? Why? Because it's one that is often overlooked in many organizations. Next slide. Maya Angelou tells us that you will learn that people do forget what you did, but they never forget how you make them feel. I've worked with project teams in my career where I have oftentimes, we got to get this deliverable done. We have to make this happen by midnight. Okay, but has my team been working nonstop for the last 2 weeks around the clock? How do they feel? Are they tired? Do they feel like I am hearing them? Next slide. The second of these is listening. Listening is perhaps the hardest one to do from the perspective of a individual who's trying to work on strategic goals. Next slide. We ask you not to assume that because you're intelligent, able, and well-motivated, that you are open to communication. The question is, do we know how to listen? Think about that for a minute, guys. When we're listening, are we actively listening? Are we making a diligent effort to hear? Next slide. This is important because when you spend your time in communication in the workplace, 9% of your time is writing, 16% of it is reading, 30% is speaking, but really 45% of your communication time in a professional setting is listening. Think about that, guys. That's almost 50% of your time. Next slide. So truly natural servants automatically respond to the problem by listening first. A lot of us, and if you've been in board meetings or if you've been in meetings with executive staff, oftentimes people are talking back and forth, they're discussing ideas, but are they necessarily hearing each other sometimes? You can be that person who sits on the outside looking in and be like, well, hold on a second, I don't think we're actually hearing where we need to go. Next slide. When people realize that they're being listened to, they tell you things. I can assure you that every one of you has experienced this, both personally and professionally. When you sit there and you know someone's got something on their mind, all you have to do is sit there and show them that you're willing to listen, and they'll just open up to you. And that is when you know you've truly achieved this level of listening where people know they will be heard if they bring their concerns to you. Next slide. This is where I ask you guys, and so does Stephen Covey, to listen with the intent of understanding rather than responding as executives. Next slide. Every human asks to be listened to, but what they crave most is to be heard. In early projects in your career, you're going to have ideas, and somebody above you may decide to say, great, but not right now. And you'll feel brushed off. And I know it happens. It happens in school, it happens in life, it happens in work. And really, all you want at the end of the day is to be heard. And the level of frustration in most organizations would drop tremendously if the individual was heard. Next slide. So I ask you, and again, this is just food for thought, what gets in your way of listening the way you really want to listen? This is extremely powerful to me because when I went through the leadership program through PMI, I chose to become a better listener as my goal. And I realized very quickly how little listening I really did. I listened with the intent to respond. I listened with the intent to provide status reports, but I didn't always listen with the intent to understand and just hear someone. And that has been a truly monumental challenge for me as I've gone through the program, which is why I know that it is a challenge that every one of you will face as executives. Next slide. Listening does not require elaborate techniques. It really only requires you, your desire, and your willingness to understand. Next slide. The third of these is authenticity, and this is the fun one, right? So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Remember, guys, that authenticity starts as an inside job. It's who you are. This goes back to being the best version of you. Are you someone who wants to portray themselves as a really great strategist, but doesn't always have the inner authenticity to figure it out. It's possible that's an inner struggle, but that's okay because authenticity has to start here before it can go here. Next slide. It happens naturally when you're living out your true and best self. So again, is this something that happens overnight? Absolutely not. Authenticity and genuine authenticity is something, sorry, is something that happens throughout the course of your life and your career. And it is something that will help you at the very end reflect and realize, okay, I could have done this differently, and this differently. And that's where you guys are on the hook to become the mentors for the next generation of executives. Next slide, please. So those three things are really quite simple, but please, guys, do not confuse simple for easy. Just because it seems that way doesn't necessarily mean it is. I'll go back to becoming a better listener. Sounds simple enough. It was actually incredibly hard to do, or it was for me, because I had to go from listening to respond to listening to understand. Next slide. So now let's talk about the 7 key pieces of being a servant leader. Servant leaders embrace more we than me. Sounds simple, right? Next slide. Well, since servant leadership is a people-centered approach to life and leadership that puts others at the center, then we have to place the needs, growth, and development of others ahead of us. We have to embrace the we, not the me. Next slide. So it's not that servant leaders think less of themselves, guys. Please understand that. Rather, they simply think of themselves less often. For a moment in time, the first time I read that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit and think about that. And I'm hoping you guys will too. Because I think you'll find that most of you are actually already here. You just haven't mentally taken that point that, okay, I need to always do this. Next slide. Servant leaders invest in the development of people. That is why servant leaders make it to the C-suite. That is why they make it to the executive level. Because they are the people who are there to invest in the development of others. Truly great teams are not a group of people that you hire and you pay an extreme amount of money. Truly great teams are people that come together around ideas and they make change happen. Program managers, project managers, we're agents of change. We are champions of change. And as servant leaders, when we invest in the development of others, we transform not just the team and the organization, but the person. Next slide. So again, a leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, we did it ourselves. Again, don't think less of yourself, just think of yourself less often. Think about how the entire team can be the contributor to the organization and to the overall goal. We've all had the oversight that takes the credit for the work done and doesn't necessarily hand it down. As a servant leader, oftentimes you're the last person who's going to get any of the credit, but you have inspired and driven the team to achieve the goal and to know that they achieved it. Next slide. Servant leaders give credit and accept responsibility. This is part of leadership, guys. You'll give credit to the people who make the magic happen, but at the same time, you have to be able to accept responsibility when a project fails. You have to accept responsibility when a program is suddenly way off track. And that's okay. That lends to the authenticity that you're building as a leader going on in your career. Next slide. You'll take a little more than your share of the blame, and you'll have a little less than your share of the credit. But at the end of the day, if you can make the change happen, if you can right the ship, if you can inspire the team to make that correction, then isn't it worth it? To a servant leader, it absolutely is. Next slide. Servant leaders share information and power. So as a project manager, as a program manager, as an executive, You're often privy to a lot of information well before the teams you go to work with will ever get it, and they may never get the full picture. And that's part of the job. That is part of the responsibility that you have. However, when there is a critical piece of information, share it. The information and power, when shared together, transforms a team from a group of individuals into a team that can do amazing things, even under the tightest of deadlines and the largest of constraints. Next slide. The question for you is, what have you done to help your direct reports succeed? Think about it. I mean, it's a very critical question to ask yourself when you self-reflect. Next slide. Finally, servant leaders listen first and talk later. This goes back to that active listening. A lot of the time, again, it's a back and forth communication in a very heated argument or in a very heated meeting where you guys are just trying to figure out what the next step is. I implore you as the leaders of tomorrow and today to listen first and then talk later. Next slide. Remind yourself every morning, guys, nothing you say this day will teach you anything, but listening will. Next slide. So, this is no secret. The modern workplace does have a lot of distractions, and we do tend to get lost in our own thoughts because stress is a real thing, whether it be in person, virtual, it doesn't matter. But eventually, you have to get to the point where you probably want to have that discussion with someone else. You need to make sure that the distractions and the problems of the mind do not get in the way of having the discussion that will ultimately lead you to success. Next slide. Servant leaders prioritize the practice of presence. Well, this is a powerful one because how many meetings have we been in where, you're talking, you're listening maybe passively, and you're texting away on your phone, or you're responding to an email from a critical stakeholder. Are you really present? Are you really practicing presence as a leader? This goes back to that hearing others, listening to others. A servant leader will prioritize the practice of being present. Next slide.
I have a question for you. So, I mean, I definitely agree with you that it is annoying when you can tell that your boss is multitasking and looking at a different screen when they are talking to you. And I definitely want to, improve on myself to make sure that I do practice presence. Do you have a list of tips as to how someone can practice trying to be as present as possible for others during meetings?
So the answer is yes. I would be happy to send it to the class. Maybe I can get it over to Dr. Walsh after the class and he can distribute it. But yes, I do have something that I could send over to you.
Sounds great. This is Steve.
Thank you, Steve. All right, so the next piece here is servant leaders savor the significance of small acts. Not the, hey, bring me a cup of coffee first thing in the morning. But, perhaps you're working with someone and it is a very stressful point in the strategic planning or in the requirements analysis, and someone does bring you that cup of coffee all on their own. And they just want to sit with you and say, I recognize that you're struggling. Here's what's going on. Here's what I can do for you. Have a cup of coffee on me. Savor the significance of small acts. Savor the significance of that QA analyst who sticks around for an extra 20 minutes after work to make sure they get through the code analysis before they leave. Remember that even subject matter experts are still human and they have things going on. And as a leader, you have to be able to read those things. So when they do something small for you, no matter how insignificant, savor the significance of those tiny acts. Next slide. This goes right back to, we'll forget what you did, but how you make someone feel, they will never forget. Next slide. As a leader, how do you respond to bad news? That's going to determine whether or not your people are truthful with you, whether or not they trust you, And whether or not when it gets rough, they will come to you with their problems. Next slide. So again, the 7 pieces we've covered here are embrace more we, less me, invest in the development of people, give credit and accept responsibility, share information, always listen first, be present, and appreciate the small acts. These are the 7 pillars on which servant leadership is built, and it is huge because combine all 7 of those together and you will be impressed beyond your wildest dreams what you can do with your teams. Next slide. Remember that your role model is your greatest teaching tool, and you can have many role models. I've had many throughout my life and throughout my career so far, and each one has taught me something new, and not all of them have taught me what I want to do. Some of them have taught me what I shouldn't do. And that's okay, because you need both in order to be a successful professional and executive. Next slide. I want you to think about the leaders you admire and what ways they were servant leaders, because they're the people who had inspired you the most. And they did some of this naturally without thinking about it. Next slide. Once again, if you really live it, servant leadership changes everything, guys. Absolutely everything. Next slide. There is only one way to learn. It's through action. I think every professor you will ever have will tell you this. Every boss you will ever have will tell you this. And every leader you ever come across will tell you that it is through actions that you will learn. And not every action is going to be a good learning experience. But every action will teach you something for the next step. Next slide. So finally, guys, it's a journey, it's not a destination. Servant leadership is a philosophy and a lifelong practice. I certainly hope this helped today, and I certainly hope you guys got some good stuff out of it. And thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you. This is Steve. Hope everybody did good. Would you like to have some times to interact with Joshua on servant leadership? So who would like to go first? Talk to Joshua.
I have a question. This is Beth.
Mm-hmm.
I have a well, I have a new team, and so we have, you know, some of that newness of getting, you know, working together going on. But I have one person who reports to me, and I feel like I'm just very, very frustrated. It seems like no matter what I do, it doesn't work. Or I told my husband the other day, it's like, it would be, imagine what I would imagine like trying to hang on to a squirrel is like whenever it's like things, it's just such a moving target. And so I guess my question is, how do you know when you need to, when that frustration is because you need to change tactics, or it's just part of the process, you have to be more patient to get the result that you're looking for? Because it is very frustrating for me. It seems like no matter what I do, you know, it's this person just does unexpected things, and I think, oh my gosh, oh, why did that not work? I mean, like, I don't know what else to do now. And so I started thinking, you know, well, maybe it's me. Maybe it's just that I'm not patient enough with the things that I'm trying to do. I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
So I actually think you're going about it the right way. I mean, you know, if you're doing the same thing over and over, well, then that's the definition of insanity, right? And maybe this employee and team member is driving you insane because every new thing you try just isn't working. The one thing I might suggest, and you're already doing it, but what I might suggest is, okay, for everything that's not working, watch a little more closely. Why didn't it work? Usually comes up really quickly, and eventually you do find what drives people. It is trial and error, but that is where, you know, the concept of continuous improvement in project and program management comes up. It's not just with the project and with project practices, it is with the team member as well. Something you might be able to do, this of course depends on what your organizational rules are, but that might be one of those cases where now that we do have a slightly more in-person amount of freedom, it may be a cup of coffee. It may just be sitting down with this person, talking to them, because very quickly they will tell you what drives them. I can tell, Beth, just by looking at you there, you are someone who you genuinely want to make positive impact. You're losing your mind, but if you feel like if you could just sit for a minute, the answer would come to you really quickly, and it would. I mean, seriously, if you guys can meet up for a cup of coffee, it's amazing what that little magic bean water will do for a discussion.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Josh, I really related to what you were talking about with respect to when you empower people, that makes the communication process much more complex. So I work at UNM Hospital, and there's a huge focus on servant leadership. There's has been a tremendous focus on shared governance, where you have frontline staff getting together and meeting, and actually directors and above are not invited to those meetings. They're actually not allowed to participate, so that the staff can talk amongst themselves. But the point of it is that they discuss what they need, they discuss processes they would like to implement. Sometimes it gets a little squirrely because they want to implement processes, but it's not like they have the autonomy to be able to do that necessarily, because it has to go through leadership. So it's a little difficult navigating those things occasionally. But they are empowered and they are encouraged, and sometimes they'll want things that it's just not possible to provide them with the things that they want. So it's a fine line there. And I was going to make another point and ask you a question, and I think I just lost it. So I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
That is, that's totally understandable. And thank you for bringing that up to begin with. One critical piece to this is negotiation, right? I mean, all of these tactics give the ability to be a good negotiator. And maybe it's that, well, this team feels empowered and has their own level of autonomy because the directors aren't invited to attend. Maybe then the question is, what's the disconnect between this team and the directors? Do you need a negotiations team to go in and start to bridge that gap? Hey, this is what we need. How can we get there? Working with you guys within the constraints involved. And within the hospital system, it's generally strategic vision, budgets, changes in Medicare. I mean, you name it, it happens, and I totally get that. So maybe there is a super team that's taken as a delegate from the one you attend that meeting for, that can go and negotiate with senior management for these new pieces, new features, functionality, support for management. That's what I think would help bridge that gap really well.
Right. And you know what? I did remember the other thing that I wanted to say. I'm probably the one who would be the negotiator at that point. If the team came to me with something that they wanted accomplished, but it required, executive approval, then yeah, I think that's just, I figure the director level is kind of that seesaw between frontline staff and the executive leadership. My own executive director recently told me that, there's, like I said, a huge push towards a focus on servant leadership. And she was telling me, if you are an amazing leader in the organization and you are doing everything that the organization expects you to do, you're meeting your targets, you're creating your budgets, and you're fulfilling all of your requirements to the organization, but you are not a servant leader, then her words were, quote unquote, "you've got to go." And the other is also true, that if you are completely focused on being a servant leader and yet you're not meeting your obligations to the organization, you've got to go. So there's this balance now that needs to be struck between being a servant leader and being authentic and transparent and a good listener, and making sure your people have the things that they need to be able to do their work. At the same time, you do have responsibilities to the organization, and I'm from time to time finding that quite the balancing act.
Well, the good news is it's a balancing act in every organization I've ever worked in. And it is one of those where it makes you a better leader in the end, because you're going to end up doing it your entire career. What I might suggest, and there's actually a book that I can also send over to you that has helped me with working with executive management to show that no, you can be a full executive or a full strategic, a full servant leader and a full deliverer of projects and programs. That is a book I'd be happy to also share out in this information I'll send to Dr. Walsh. I think it might help you and your team figure out how to help change the mindset of the senior management you're working with actively.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
That's kind of a good segue into my question. You covered a lot of material, and a lot of these things are sort of easier talked about than done, getting yourself out of discussions and listening, setting your ego aside, those types of things. What are some of the other books that you would recommend that we could use?
So one book that immediately comes to mind is a book called Excellence Wins. It is a book by Horst Schulze. He was a critical member in the success of the Ritz-Carlton. And it talks about the path to leadership and how, yes, easier said than done in most things. Reflecting is incredibly hard to do when you're like, well, I'm a good listener, right? I'm a good leader. Okay, well, how do I transform from that mindset to actually being one? When you bring up Excellence Wins, this takes a slightly different approach. This is somebody who started out wanting to work in hospitality and figures how to get to the top of one of the world's most famous hotel chains. And what are they known for? They're known for customer service. They're known for that little special touch. So when you're looking for some quick reading, it's only a couple hundred pages. Pick up that book. You'll fly through it. There's a couple of others that I can send. My brain is a little like mush right now. I actually have been working in multiple stressful situations this week, so even I'm going to admit I don't have the entire list in front of me, but I will be happy to send that to you as well.
Thank you.
Joshua, can you hear me?
I can.
Got a question for you. How do you compare your lessons learned earlier in your career to lessons learned now?
Well, I had a lot less patience earlier in my career. Some of the things I compare now is that, early lessons learned in my career were very cut and dry. Did this work? Did this not work? Great, moving on. The lessons learned that I think of now about my career are, okay, if this did not work, or if this piece fell through, why did it fall through? And then the real lessons learned is I go and I find out the actual cause and figure out how it could have been mitigated. I'm no longer thinking great work, or crap, didn't work, moving on. Now I really look for the why. And it's a lessons learned that I practice both in projects and personally. If I have an employee that I work with, why did this approach not work for them? Rather than, oh, that's just a very finicky SharePoint administrator, moving on. It's the act of patience and the desire to understand the why more so than just the works didn't work great, moving on.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Steve. I think I answered all the questions.
Okay, Dr. Tierney, would you like to provide some interaction now? Thank you.
Sure. There is a book out. Someone asked about a book and I forgot who it was. It's actually written by an ex-US Navy SEAL. His name's Jocko Willink, and he talks about extreme ownership, where the we is much more important than the I. And it's actually a fascinating look into US Naval Special Warfare and how they developed their leadership program. And it parallels exactly what we just said on servant leadership, that his idea is just not as a commander, you do this, you do this, you do this. It's more of what we can do to win. How are we going to adapt to a changing environment, which is what we'll talk about in a few minutes. And it's actually a really good read about it. And he makes a lot of money by going around and talking to organizations and corporates, executives and such. If you get a chance, read it. It is a really good read.
Paul just sent it out to everybody.
I saw that. Thank you, Paul. Has anybody heard of him or have seen his podcast? Guess not. Well, just check it out and go from there. Once again, you'll know a little bit more about me, but Steve knows this. I was an aircraft mechanic for 25 years before I went back to school. And the best crew I ever worked on, it wasn't Vern or Pat or Joe or me or somebody else. It was we. We worked as a team. If one person went out to do something, we all walked out to do help. If one person went out to clean windshields on the aircraft, we all went out. And it just made life so much easier. And you actually wanted to go to work. That's how nice it was. It was a really nice situation. Then they broke us up and it became more of, I'm not going to do this because of this and that. And then it becomes into the petty stuff and everything else. So yes, if you can get the idea of the we before the I, it's just a tremendous, powerful thing, as the picture of Dr. Martin Luther King showed. Absolutely positive. Yes, Jocko has become really popular on social media, especially in the fitness and business motivation markets. Yes, he has a podcast site. Mostly he talks a lot about leadership in the military. But it's every once in a while he comes out with a really good. Does anybody know who Johnny Kim is? Guess not. Johnny Kim was just recently chosen to be into the next round of NASA astronauts. Before that, he got his PhD. Before that, he became a medical doctor. Before that, he went to Harvard Medical School. Before that, guess what? He was a medic in a SEAL team. But one of the podcasts were talking about how, and this goes back to servant leading, that he was one of those quiet leaders, but he will never be known first as a NASA astronaut. He will never be known as a PhD. He will never be known as a medical doctor. What it comes out is he will first be known as a U.S. Navy SEAL. And that's where Jocko was talking about how you have to hold yourself to a higher standard, watch what you say, be very careful on how it's perceived, and be, as Jocko would say, actively listening to everybody around you to influence you. So just a thought. Steve, you want to add to that, or?
Oh, just start with your material. Sounds great.
All right. Here we go. Break time. Shall we take a quickie break, or you want to just rip through it? Now we'll start. Okay, here we go. For those that don't know me, I'm Dr. Robert Tierney. I was Steve's first PhD student, so I don't know if that was good or bad. It was a really great experience for me. I enjoyed it. Give you a little bit of background. Born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, grew up during the steel mill times, and I knew I needed a change. I had to get out of there. It was not for me. One of the ways to do it was either through military or private tech trainings. I went through the private tech training field. I actually was offered a job in Louisiana working on offshore helicopters. Then I signed up, went down there and spent 25 plus years. Then decided to go back to school. Had a great idea to try to get into the PT department, physical therapy department. So ended up taking some pre-med courses. Thought, well, might as well keep on going. I ended up with a BS in molecular biology. Got out, didn't really know what to do. I took a little course called 511, just offering, where I met this individual, and I kind of fell, not in love with management and technology, but really intrigued by it. One of the first questions in the class was, does anybody know who Frank Whittle was? I remember this to this day, and Frank Whittle was a late 30s British engineer who developed the first operational jet engine. So that was my introduction to Dr. Stephen Walsh, and we've been together for what, 15, 17 years now, Steve?
Yes, sir.
I forget. It was, but went to Twente, University of Twente, got a PhD there. Went to University of Groningen in the Netherlands, worked there for a couple of years. Really great time, learned a lot, especially on the project management side of things for tech commercialization. Now back here in Albuquerque, where my wife works, has her own business, so I'm just hanging out for a while. Okay, let's get on with it. We're going to talk a little bit about change here. And we're going to talk about Kurt Lewin, the father of the field, and we're going to talk about Ackland. Okay, here's Kurt Lewin. Interesting individual. Does anybody know the background on him? Guess not. Oh, well, okay. Mr. Lewin was born in the late 1890s of the Jewish faith in Nazi Germany, okay, or what was going to turn into Nazi Germany. Not a good thing. He knew it. He wrote about it. He came over to the States in the late 1920s, was in Cornell, then later on at the University of Iowa in 1935, I believe. Then he actually, during the war effort, he was actually working on several projects, one of which was morale for the soldiers in the field. And the second one was how to get members of the household to buy cheaper cuts of meat to leave the better cuts for the soldiers overseas. So that's a couple of projects. Came up with his model known as unfreeze, change, and refreeze. And it talks about how the process of change occurs. It's not without some controversy, but that's purely academic. And we'll go from there. Anybody have any questions so far? Okay. If there's one slide to take away, okay, this is going to be your slide here. Okay. This is the Lewin model. I like it because it's very simple, but simple does not mean complex. Okay. So you have the unfreeze section up on top, and you examine the status quo. You increase driving forces for change, and decrease resisting forces against. He paraphrased it as a river. It's a river that's moving. The river can change slowly, but it's not going to change fast. Okay. Then you move into the move stage. You take action, you make changes, and you involve people. Okay. Then we go into the refreeze stage. You make change permanent. You establish new way of doing things or new procedures, etc. And you reward desired outcomes. So, does that make sense to everybody? It's a very simple model, but in application wise, it is actually very complex. So we'll go from there. Any questions? Sarah, you look confused. Are you good? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. So think about that. Ad car, the flavor of the month. Okay. And this is how to change. Okay. You need a awareness for the need to change. Does anybody have any reasons for the need to change? You should be a million right off the top of your head. Could be financial, could be the need for innovation, new products, new services. Honestly, COVID-19 has changed a lot of business models. Small business, large business, medium-sized business, it's changed everything. From what I've seen, it's changed for the better. I'm sure there's examples out there for different things, but it's changed for the better. Okay, the D in ADCAR stands for desire to participate and support the change. I think that goes back to what Dr. Walsh was talking about, the fear of change. People all distrust the fear. It's because it becomes more about them than the team. Okay, the team comes first. Okay, so when you put the team first, the desire to participate and support the change becomes even better. Okay, if you start worrying about yourself, how's this going to affect me? Am I going to have to make a lateral move? Am I going to be make other moves? Am I going to lose my job, et cetera, et cetera? There's some things that you can change, other things you can't, but you can be a team player. I'm a big team player guy. Okay, here's another, the K stands for knowledge on how to change. Okay, it has to be a process. You have to put some input into it and some thinking. You just can't run around. Okay, you have to have the ability to implement required skills and behaviors. That seems evident, and you have to reinforce to sustain the change. Okay, I've seen this happen a million times where if you didn't reinforce the change, things would backslide and just become what was the status quo again. Make sense? Okay, as I just said, ADCAR is a process. Okay, you have to prepare the change, manage the change, and reinforce the change. Okay, you're just going to use your managerial skills to do this. It's once again simple in concept, complex in theory, or complex when you place into effect, because we're dealing with emotional people a lot. Okay, here's some methodology that you can use, some simple tools. What did we basically talk about in the first couple hours? Communication. What's the first thing that you see on the right-hand side on the signpost? It's communication. You have to keep it communicating to everybody, and just not once, as Dr. Walsh said. Usually you have to do it 3, 4, 5 times, and do it in a nice way. You have to build that buy-in attitude. You're going to get and make it that the individual or group or organization is actually going to come out better than what it is now. you have to optimize, okay? And once again, it has to go back to the team spirit, okay? You're not gonna make everybody go do push-ups and burpees or run around or anything like that, but you can develop a unity around an organization of people to help themselves become even better. Okay, what's some other things we're looking at? You need to create a business impact map, conduct workshops, conduct risk analysis. I like risk analysis personally. Once again, you have your scope, your job, your incentives, and here's, I like this, the skills. What would happen if you didn't have the skills that were needed to make the change? What would you do personally?
Find somebody who does.
Right, I was gonna say. reach out.
Exactly. Or what happens if the budget was not going to prevent you from finding someone that had those particular skills?
You could send someone to be trained in the skills and bring them back and train others.
There you go. I like that answer. Is that Miss May?
Yes, sir.
Just call me Bob. That's fine.
Hi, Bob.
Okay. Yeah, you can get someone trained, then you can bring him or her back, then you can disseminate that information to other people and train other people. So you're actually almost like a force multiplier. Get one person trained, he or she comes back, they train 3, those 3 train 9, those 9 train 18, 27, and it goes all the way through the organization. Now, obviously, the best thing is if the budget allows for someone to be brought in, that would be great, but we're not all operating with budgets that, you know, we can hire people and stuff like that. So, yeah, just keep your options open for skills and incentives. Once again, here's the process: awareness. Understand the need for change. Okay, we kind of talked about a couple sentences on that. Understand the nature of the change. Where are you going to go? Why are you planning on going there? Support the change, participate, and engage. Okay. Once again, team player. How to change, implement new skills and behavior with the knowledge, implement the change, demonstrate the performance. And we mentioned, Dr. Walsh mentioned metrics before earlier in the class. And what you can do is keep track of past metrics and current metrics and show the people the exact reason why you went for this change and the exact reason why the performance is even better. It depends on your metrics though. It could be, you're going to have to be kind of careful on what metrics you're exactly picking, but it's a good way of getting everybody on board, showing them why things are going to go this way, and the reinforcement of after the fact that this was really good for the organization. Sustain the change, build a culture. Once again, teamwork. Okay, here we go. 5 straight strategies for change: evidentiary, command, vision, goals and objectives, segmentation, and the rite of passage. Okay, this is Steve, one of Steve's little cartoons. He loves cartoons. Managing change is all about coping with the unexpected, and you don't get more unexpected than this. Kind of reminds me of the fact that they're releasing genetically modified mosquitoes in the Everglades to basically overtake the mosquitoes in the Everglades to prevent a new form of malaria. Has anybody heard that?
Are those the mosquitoes that don't reproduce?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But I always find it kind of funny that we have the ability to kind of tinker with genetics and start to go down that path, and who knows what's going to happen, but we'll see. But that kind of reminded me of that situation. Okay. Here we go. Evidentiary. Change, you can change through data and evidence. Now, if I give you a pile of data and just throw it in front of your desk, and it's not organized, it's just numbers, it's tables, it's not well organized, what are you personally going to do?
Use it as a coaster.
That's a very good question, because if someone did that to me, and they have done that to me before, as soon as they leave the room, it goes into the round filing cabinet. Okay. Give me information that I can use. Give me information that's organized. Give me information that shows where I'm going. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Move data to the knowledge and showing them wisdom. And I think there's a future slide that's going to show that. Demonstrate the organizational need for the change. Why are you changing? No one wants to change just to change, except my wife and her clothing that happens every spring and every fall, because it goes from winter to fall and blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's just a matter of accepting that fact. But understand that change will not be good for all stakeholders. This was talked about in the first half of this lecture. Not all stakeholders are going to come out ahead. Some may actually end up losing something out of, I hate to say the word deal, but out of the word deal, okay? Again, consistent flow of evidentially information, use talks, use emails over and over and over again. There was a nice lady here that was dog sitting. Is she still on?
Yeah, that's me. I'm still here.
Oh, okay. You still dog sitting?
I sure am.
Okay. People, and I have a dog, Steve knows this, but usually it takes dogs like 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times positive reinforcement in order to get them to do something. Is that correct?
I'm learning, yes.
Okay. Just say yes. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Usually that's the case unless you have an exceptionally smart dog. Okay. With Gracie, German Shepherd, I have to basically, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 times of positive reinforcement in order to get her to do something. Okay. Humans are kind of like the same way. You're just not going to tell them once because it kind of gets distorted between their ears sometimes. You have to tell them truthfully and with clarification 2 or 3 times. And you can use this once again using talks, emails, in-person meetings, bunch of other ways of doing it. Okay. Just remember that your analytics might change over time as you're gathering more information and you're developing your metric base. Those analytics might change over time, hopefully for the better. Make sense to everybody? Good to go. Okay. Previous, we talked about going from data to wisdom. And at NASA had a saying, in God we trust, everybody else bring data. Okay. If you can, bring in third-party validation. Okay. Once again, this might go back to budgetary restraints, et cetera, et cetera. You never get 100% of your needed data. Okay. So you might have to have some sort of meeting where it says, if we can come up with X percentage of data, or we come up with these metrics and fulfill those metrics, then we're good to go. Rational man versus satisfying. Watch out for the holes. There's any way you can present data, you can present it wrong. Okay. Does anybody remember that quote by Samuel? Not Adams, that's the beer. There's statistics, then there's damn statistics. or something
Neither's
like that.
damn lies.
Yes, yes, that's it. Thank you, Paul. Just be careful, okay? And this goes back to this watching what you're doing, okay? And you can see on the bottom of the slide here, it goes from data, which I've had thrown at me, you know, it isn't like go through this, this is the data. Well, this doesn't mean anything for me. Then you have to develop it into information. Then from information, it becomes knowledge. And then from knowledge, you see insights, you see openings, you see gaps. From the insights, it turns into wisdom. Make sense? It is a process and it can't be managed. Command, you got to have some juice, okay? People usually aren't enamored by it. Use other strategies, okay? You must use your power and political capital at times. Just all I could recommend is just try to be as nice as you can 99.9999% of the time and go from there. I try to be. I don't always live up to it personally. I used to lose it occasionally, aircraft maintenance, but the guys kind of knew why I would lose it, especially when they dropped a radar unit on the ground and we just spent $50,000 to have it fixed. Okay, mandatory buy-in is not the best way to get change in. So this goes back to, thank you, Paul, for that. I saw that. Yep. You can force anybody you want to say anything they want, okay? But to get them to believe it and actually engage in it, that is different. And that's what you want. You want the person to actually buy into it, think about it, say, oh yeah, this is coming out the way I want it to, and I'll be in an organization that's even better, okay? Once again, no excuses. Give me some great performance from the coach. We have all had coaches, some sort like that. Works out that way. Okay. Vision, goals, and objectives. You have to show what the vision of the organization is and what the goal and objectives are. Why are you going down this route? Why are you going to spend this money and put this effort into this project? What's the outcome? Okay, the goals can be very effective chain agent because you can use them to show to the individual, the group, and the organization why they're doing this. Show them that they're going to come ahead for some. It might be not necessarily financially, it might not be for a promotion, but they're going to be a member of an organization or a group that's done something really well. It goes back to the previous lecture. It goes back to the feelings, okay? However, the goals and objectives must be achievable. You just can't throw something way up in the air and it's going to take years and years and years and years and years and years to achieve it, okay? How can I, my example would be NASA now and their space program, which is very slow, very bureaucratic, very cumbersome compared to SpaceX, okay? How long did it take SpaceX to get their first rocket into space? Not that long. Now, NASA did the heavy lifting in the design and the mathematics, the physics, the engineering, the mechanical engineering, the aeronautics behind it. But once SpaceX got that expertise and started putting it together, they were able to do it very quickly. And they're moving forward on their projects. Segmentation. Changes occur in small incremental steps. Does anybody know how you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time.
There you go. Very small bite at a time. Okay. But in retrospect, it makes it easy that if you go up to someone and you're going to say, we're going to change this organization and it's going to change you, does that sound like almost like a little personal attack on that individual? But if you offer that individual small incremental changes, maybe they can take it a lot easier. If you have early success on changes, it doesn't hurt. It actually helps immensely, showing that you're going in a positive direction, things occurring, they're going to plan. Okay. It helps remove objectives to overcome change. Here's an acronym. 1 by 1 gets it done. That goes back to eating the elephant 1 bite at a time. No matter what other strategy, this is useful because it generally reduces risk. And risk can be viewed as, of course, financial, could be viewed as performance risk, but I also look at it as a personal risk, that when I'm in an organization, I have to buy into something. I want it to work, but I'm not going to put myself out on a limb that it hasn't reduced the risk. Rites of passage. I remember this. Before I attempted this grueling and unforgiving rite of passage, can you find my shoe? Okay. Kind of reminds me, my mom was a huge University of Notre Dame football player. She wanted us boys to play for the team. Honestly, I was tall enough, but by the time I was 9th grade, I weighed 120, 130 pounds. Most of the offensive line where I played as a kid, they were pushing 180 or so. So I was getting bumped around. I didn't like it. So when I saw that, I just thought of that. Passing of the guard. Okay. Book burning. It's very tough for the professor to like. I don't like it. But you got to have a graduation. Okay. You got to go through some suffering in order to get to the graduation. I know, I don't want to say you're all suffering now, but you're all working very hard in this class in order to achieve something that's going to be great. But no one's going to hand it to you. You got to work for it. Am I correct? Okay. Communication. Once again, this goes back to Dr. Walsh's first set of slides, communication, and how to be a good listener, which actually parallels or goes into Joshua's talk. Okay, doesn't mean to have a conversation and hear complaints. It must be in the right language to have two-way interaction. That means you don't have to talk down to subordinates or have other people higher in the organization talk to you. You have to be on the same level. So try to talk to everybody the same way. 2 ears equal 1 mouth. I usually try to just listen with 2 ears, keep my mouth shut. You have to work with weak stakeholders, especially. Maybe even hold their hands at times. You need to be heard when there's something that needs to be heard, okay? And this is a tough one. How can I say this? You have to be passionate about what you're going to say, but offer evidence of why something is wrong. But more importantly, offer something that you can do to correct the situation. I'm sure you've heard that in the past before, but it's one thing to complain, it's another thing to make the change. Okay, don't expect everyone to change. We all know that. It's just a basis of human. It's just a human thing. And they're not going to do it right away. Some people are going to have to be pushed, prodded, corralled, talked to over and over again. Okay. I'll go over this on the right side of the screen, how to be a good listener. Eyes on the speaker, mouth is quiet, hands are still, feet are still, ears listen carefully. The brain is thinking about what is being said. And more importantly, the brain is actively using that information to possibly come up with questions. Think about a statement that a person A says, and they start thinking about how to ask a really good question about it. That's one way I try to keep myself engaged in a conversation. Here we go. Importance of training. Non-deliverable training. Program and its projects are just not the deliverable, but it's also a process and it can be managed. Okay. Stakeholder training, it's on the process, on organizational roles, train them on requirement creation, business processes, etc. Empower the stakeholders with the knowledge that they do not assume that they know. Okay. Not everybody knows everything. Okay. Give the stakeholders the power to pull that knowledge out of you and for you to be able to communicate that knowledge to them effectively. Deliverable training. Who will be trained? Okay. What's the time frame of training? How long will training be integrated? What's the training budget? Who's paying for it? How much time is needed? Is training considered part of the program cost? Is it separate or something different? These are all questions that have to be asked. Training is important, but not a sufficient condition for success. And this talks about mentors. That's somewhat important. I like training. Training is good, but you're not going to be able to have everybody trained all the time. Sometimes you're just going to have to overcome an obstacle. And that's where you can find a mentor. Identify the mentors. They're trusted and excellent, much like our esteemed leader, Dr. Walsh.
Jesus.
Yep. What is the best way for a mentor to be effective change agent? And that's a question I'm asking the class right now. What is the best way for mentors to be effective change agents? Got any idea, Paul?
I was going to basically say sort of enable others or facilitate others to learn for themselves. Maybe ask the right questions, have them put things in scale. You know, if so-and-so is so bad, where would you put us in relationship to them, and have them answer their own questions?
Everybody hear that? I like that. That was good.
And this is Alicia. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
hi.
ma'am.
I was going to also say empowering them. So allowing them to do kind of more hands-on. Don't just, you know, show them or tell them, but empower them to do it themselves and kind of learn from doing. And including them in some of the bigger discussions or you know, higher discussions that are taking place, or when you're meeting with other organizations, just include them as much as possible. I think that really feeling included also helps to make them feel empowered. And so it'll help them feel supportive. And I think that leads to positive change.
Excellent. I like that. Anybody have anything else?
Jillian, I'd just say, you know, if they are bought into the change, they understand the change really well, so therefore they can communicate it, and they're very positive about it, because, you know, mentorship could potentially go the other direction if they don't agree with it, they don't like it. So definitely making sure that they're on board is helpful.
Right. Okay. Anybody else? One more.
I think finding ways to convey that you care about each of your mentees and what their goals are, regardless if it furthers the project or the program, can actually go a long way to getting their buy-in for that project, right? Like if they feel like you care about what their long-term goals are, it can go a long way to just generating the goodwill of like them buying into what you're trying to do now.
Excellent point. Excellent point. All excellent points. So that's just one way of having a mentor help you through change, help manage change. A good mentor will usually have done this process or been through change processes a few times before. So they kind of, I don't want to say know the ropes specifically, but they can see and they can visualize what's going on and they can help the organization change. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Keystones in change management. Let me stretch here for a second. Change management plans must address both individual and organizational change aspects. And that, does that make sense to everybody? I think they're really key. Yeah, excellent point, Paul. I think that is really key and allows them to contribute and not just buy in. And that goes into the forced buy-in, where you're forcing someone other than someone's actually agreeing to it through knowledge, wisdom, etc. Okay. Can we all agree that the dislike of change is rooted in fear?
Yes, absolutely.
And what is fear?
Ignorance.
Fear is an emotion. And what's the old samurai saying? Control your emotions or your emotions control you. So sometimes you have to kind of put away your fear and think rationally. Okay. However, fear increases when there is a history of poor performance and or delivery. So if you had a number of projects that went horribly wrong before, then someone came up to you and said, we're going to have this new project going on. We want you to buy into it. I can certainly see where that fear factor would go up. Me personally, as an aircraft mechanic, I never really personally worried about it, because the nice thing about being an aircraft mechanic, there's more doctors than licensed aircraft mechanics. I could gone anywhere in the world and worked. So I really didn't worry about that, but that was unique to my situation. Okay, number 4, the change curve theories typically include these phases. Okay, surprise, denial, hostility, negotiation, depression, trial, and acceptance. Looks kind of familiar with other things, doesn't it? Especially that hostility, anger, denial segments. Yep. Okay, I'm reading comments. Miss made everyone dab up. Yep. Systematic address each stakeholder's attitude towards change on a personal and organizational levels. And that goes back to communication once again. If you have a really close stakeholder, you're going to have to communicate on a different level than someone that's maybe slightly outside the organization to maybe someone that's further out of the organization. All these have to be addressed in a very specific way to provide them with the information that they require. Okay, keynotes, once again, we'll continue. Change models, the easiest is Linwin's, ADKAR, or the flavor of the month. So I kind of like Linwin's. It's very simple, but it can be, once again, once you implement it, it can get very complex. I understand that, but it gives you something to build on a base. The 5 change strategies, the evidentiary, command, vision, goals, and objectives, segmentation, and the rite of passage. Perseverance is a key element in successful change. And this goes back to the communication, where you have to keep on with people, telling them how it's going to be positive and go forward. increase in plan acceptance by training, mentoring, and a knowledge of success. Okay, repeatedly communicate the current state, end state, and pathway. Okay, have clarification and be very clear in your goals. And that is the end of my lecture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tierney.
Bob, please. And does anybody have any questions? Any suggestions?
Okay. So you had a lot of questions throughout. You did pretty good well of emoting that. It is now 4:21. I'm going to suggest we come back at 4:35 and do our case. Does that sound good? And Kim, thanks you for your presentation as well as I do. It was very good. It's very interesting that the change the change model follows almost the same thing as the grief model. All right.
Yes.
I will see everyone back at 4:35. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I hope it helped.
Stephen, this is Hyginus.
Yes.
Yeah, Steve, please, I want to know because I need more clarification on this 1,000 words we need to write. I'm on my what is it called? Backpack, but I'm not seeing.
I'm going to get Dr. We'll get Dr. Walsh here in a couple minutes, okay? He's taking a break right now. Hang on.
Okay.
Hello. Genus, I understand, Dr. Ofer, you have a question.
Yeah, I'm looking at my backpack, and you talked about the 1,000 words we need to write essay. I'm not seeing it. What I saw is the backpack number 5.
That's right.
And it's saying it's due on today.
It's not due today. It's due, I think, on Wednesday. I don't know why there's a problem with that. Savannah's checking with the people now. Right, Savannah?
Yeah, I sent Ella and I think her name's Sammy an email. So hopefully they'll know that it needs to be extended to next Wednesday.
Okay. Does it mean this is the one we're going to write the 1,000 essay, right?
Yeah, you have the question and then you would put the support as 1,000 words.
I'm sorry, Savannah, this Wednesday or next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday. So this coming up Wednesday. That's correct, right, Dr. Walsh?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question and I will answer the question with 1,000
You
words.
ask the question and you support your question, just like you've done the whole time. The whole time, it's just instead of 200 and some odd words, you have to do it in 1,000.
Okay. I remember previously we asked one question and respond to 2 people, right?
Yeah, you don't have to respond to anybody. You just have to develop your question.
And answer the question with 1,000 words.
Not answer, support your question.
Okay, support my question with 1,000 words. Okay, thank you. That's the confusing part. Okay, I get it now.
So we've had a few people come back that weren't here earlier. Let me just, Samantha, how are you? Dr. Hughes. Dr. Hughes? Well, maybe not here. Let's see. Dr. Hughes, are you with us? Lorenzo, Dr. Lovato, are you with us? Dr. Lovato? Can people hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Dr. Sayers, David, are you with us? Unmute and say hello.
Oh.
No one loves to talk to me. I can see that. We had some people come on for a short time and leave us. Is anyone else just come on and didn't get a chance to say their piece about the class last time that would like to? Chris Sanchez, I think did you have a, well, we have people on anyway. Hello? Okay. So Dr. Anybody that hasn't said anything that would like to? Dr. Hughes, Samantha, you're not there. Or Kit, you're on mute if you are there. Dr. Lovato, Lorenzo, you're on mute if you're there. Dr. Sayers, you're on mute if you're there. Interesting. Jessica, did you get a chance to chit chat earlier?
No, I did not. I came on late.
So if you wish, you could tell us a little bit about what you found interesting or anything like that, or just respond to the Phoenix Project questions that Joshua has for you. What would you prefer?
I mean, I can talk about last class for just a little bit. My question ended up being about kind of the fear of change, how companies make the same mistake, tend to make the same mistake over and over again, and it's not necessarily a project management issue, or not the root cause. Project management isn't the root cause, but it does become an issue for project management, which led me to actually this really cool experiment that I've just completely forgotten the name of, where basically 5 monkeys were put in a cage and there was some bananas at the top of a ladder. And the first monkey tried to go get the bananas and all the other monkeys got sprayed with cold water. And anytime one monkey would go, the others would get sprayed. And so eventually, if any one monkey tried to go after the bananas, the other monkeys would attack and stop him. And then they rotated out. They took one monkey out and put a brand new monkey in that had no idea about anything. That monkey eventually went for the bananas and got attacked and learned, okay, let's not try to get the bananas. And they did that kind of one at a time, replacing one monkey at a time until all 5 monkeys had never experienced the actual punishment, had never actually gotten sprayed with cold water. They had just been attacked by the other monkeys for trying to get the bananas. And so eventually when you had all 5 brand new monkeys who had never experienced a punishment, none of them ever even attempted to get the bananas. I don't know, it just kind of, it was interesting, and it made me think about how a lot of times you run into that on a project or just kind of at work in general where, oh, it's always been done this way. Well, but why? I don't know. People who were here long before me did it. I'm just going to keep doing it. And it's a pretty big roadblock to change.
And I feel like one of those monkeys most of the time. So that was a good one. I didn't know that.
I feel that way towards obligation towards family. And I find that if you forget all that obligation, things are much better.
That's interesting. And Dr. Hughes is having some trouble with the microphone.
Professor Walsh.
Yes, sir.
Hi there. So I came in late as well. I was just gonna say this week I was just like full of questions. And one of the questions I came up with, if you're a project manager and you work with different companies to provide a service and you're running your own project, are you required to teach them, I suppose, of your project, or how does that work? So for example, you know, my company at Tricor, they implemented online, what do you call it, appointments, which took a little while. But, you know, one of our sister companies, Press, they're telling their patients a different story about how to do this stuff. And I'm wondering, like, you know, as a project manager, who is responsible, I guess, of keeping third, or, you know, your other people involved, like, educated?
What's stakeholder management, isn't it, Dr. Martinez?
It is stakeholder management. It's absolutely on the project manager to have a communication schedule in place for that.
So you guys have to reach out and try and do that, I think. All right.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, so why don't you take a few seconds and read about the Phoenix project, and then President Martinez will be taking us through. All right, you gotta, you can see, I will move it over. Here are the questions that we have for you. What are the key risks inherent in this project? I know a few of you have read it already, and I know most of you have, and you probably want a couple of minutes to reflect, looking at the questions we highlight. What would you do if you were the CIO? And what methodology would you use to manage this process, and why? And why don't I give you 5 minutes to think about that, and then President Martinez is running the show here. Right, Joshua?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm sorry that my former PhD student, now no longer for a long time, still thinks I know something. He talked too good about me, and I wish he wouldn't have. Sorry.
I heard that.
All right, guys, we'll start the discussion at 4:50. All right, everyone. I hope you had a few minutes to go over this. Steve, can I have my question slide back, please?
There you go.
All right. Thank you. All right, everyone. So the Phoenix Project, a very interesting case study. I actually kind of like that we chose to cover it during this class because this is centered around a higher education institution. So the questions that I thought best for discussion, and please do not read into this. This should be fun. This should be interactive, and this should be easy. You know, earlier in the class, I forget which of you guys mentioned it, but somebody said, you know, there's no right or wrong answer to a lot of this stuff, and that is very true. You know, a lot of project management is you take the toolbox, you use the processes, you use as many of the tools as possible. But as long as you can justify it, usually there's not a right or a wrong answer for how you would handle a lot of things on many projects. So my first question is, you know, what are the key risks inherent in this project? I don't expect someone to give me an exhaustive list, but let's talk about a couple of them. So this is where I'm going to give you guys a couple of seconds, and if I don't hear anybody, I'm going to start calling names.
Certainly the timeline is one of the key risks. Like needs to be turned around and needs to be turned around very quickly. And if you don't manage to get it done in that timeline, it's going to be an even bigger problem.
Right, and this is absolutely a work stoppage for really the entire institution if things aren't executed in an appropriate timeline. So Paul, since you gave me that answer, as the CIO, put yourself in their shoes. How would you manage that risk? And it can be a hypothetical. This is just a conversation.
Sure. I mean, first off is you have to be very clear and very honest about that risk. It seems like the CIO as described in the case study is doing a lot of the things that I would say is pretty right, in that there is definitely a like putting together the war room, for instance, and making sure that the best people are on the project and like devoting significant resources and time and attention to this kind of thing. Like that's one of the first things that I would say that they're doing right. But in terms of around risk specifically, yeah, like probably make sure it's communicated and make sure that you can find some ways, probably milestoning or something similar, to like essentially say like, are we on track to, you know, are we on track as we predict to be where we need to meet these tight timelines, or is this something that we need to adjust for a little bit more as if the project goes off the rails?
Very good answer. Thanks, sir. Anybody else?
I was going to add communication. Seems like it could be a big problem. There's so many people involved, so many different groups and subgroups. And it seems like from the beginning, they did mention that there was varying degrees of what cooperation meant. So I think that that could also have an effect on communication.
I would agree. So as far as communication goes, again, let's take the CIO standpoint. And there's a reason why I'm not asking you guys to put the project manager hat on. I'm asking you to continue from that executive level. When thinking about a communication plan with a group of students, faculty, staff, all of these various stakeholders, what would you do to make sure that you effectively mitigated that risk? What resources could you as a senior IT executive employ?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, it seems, I mean, I don't think this is the right answer, what you were looking for, but I was a little, I guess I'm a little confused by that question, just because it seems like right now the process isn't very transparent with students and maybe even faculty. It seems like they're not ready or willing to kind of make that announcement until the situation is under control. And then it also mentioned that they were using, I think, Google Docs and maybe Gmail to communicate with each other. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I would answer that question.
And you know, that is not the wrong answer. That is just as much a right answer. Putting yourself in those shoes, it's very possible that you would have to really contemplate how to work with the team to create an effective communication strategy that would address the needs of every stakeholder. So like I said, for some of these, there are no wrong or right answers. It's just a case of, well, that's something we might have to think about. And that is an okay answer in project management and in program management. I mean, if I went into a meeting with executives and I was asked questions and I tried to give an answer for something I don't know, that destroys my credibility. I would much rather say, you know, I'm not so sure. Let me figure it out and get back to you. And that is probably one of the best answers to give in that scenario. Cindy, unplug the internet. I like it. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? All right,
Those are my answers because I live with an IT guy.
That's totally fair. My guess is he has spent some time in desktop support. All right, let's have one more person respond to that first set of questions, and then we're going to go on to the second question.
This is Ann, and I think one of the things that you have pretty quickly is another set of senior leaders and executives around you that you could and probably would want to pull together very quickly, and have that conversation and quickly formulate a plan that says, okay, we have to do this now, and how do we make sure that we are transparent in what's going on across the campus, because you're going to have to get some communication out fairly quickly, but at the same time, you know, you're really going to want to make sure that you kind of come together as a plan and expeditiously put something together out there to say, okay, here's what we don't know, what we don't know, but here's what we do know, and bear with us, we're working through a plan. And then from there, kind of sit down and figure out how you're going to go through and create an action plan, which is what that Phoenix project was all about.
I think that is an excellent answer, and that addresses both the communications problem and the timeline problem. I like how you took the approach of the big picture, and I really applaud that. That is exactly the way you'd want to think about this project. All right, guys, so now, what methodology would you use to manage this and why? Let's see what answers we get. Uh-oh, are we gonna have to volunteer someone?
This is Jillian. I guess, like some people have said, I kind of agree with what I saw of the approach, you know, in the article or the case study. Just finding the experts who can do the things in these areas and who can make it happen, and rely on them and their teams, with the biggest challenge of just kind of coordinating all of that towards the same end goal in the right order if necessary. So, I mean, it seems really challenging, but it kind of seemed like they had some pretty good ideas of how to set it up.
Okay, so put yourself in the PM shoes. I'm not sure how much you guys have covered as far as some of the methodologies out there, but would this be a little waterfall? Would this be a little more agile? What would you think? And you can take a wild guess.
Well, in the world of IT, it seems like agile is really the hot thing these days for computer people. So I would be tempted to say agile would probably be a very good use for them. Just in that way, you know, you have a sprint every week, every 2 weeks to help the team, you know, sort of try to mitigate the problem and to make it as small as possible.
I could totally see your point there, John. That would make a lot of sense. Let's see, we also have Brandon saying a little bit of both with a question mark. I'm going to come back to that. Paul, you're of the Agile Kanban mindset. Do you want to talk about why?
Just so you can keep everyone moving as quickly as possible without any sort of set interval for work or any set amount of work.
Okay. All right, so Brandon, let's talk about why you think it might be a balance of both. I'm curious in the answer that you have there.
So when you look at all the different, basically the teams that are working together, you know, some of them are happening concurrently, and then some of them are happening in sequence. So, you know, my thought would be maybe the most effective setup would be like the network team kind of works in this agile methodology, but before, you know, the workstations can come back online, you know, the network scrub and remediation has to be complete. So, you know, the teams themselves work agile, where the overall program, you know, you have to complete some of these tasks before you start the next process or start bringing more systems and subsystems online.
And I would agree. I mean, like I said, guys, if you know, one of the big things you could do as a professional who is either a programmer or a project manager in the future is sometimes lean on what you know. Go there first. Brandon, you're right. Everyone we've talked here with today is right. There are ways to run this project using any of these combinations. When I read it, immediately what came to mind with me was a Wagile approach, and plan it out very waterfall and then employ Agile principles to certain parts of the team. I think that would be great. That was alluded to in the case study. They did daily Scrum meetings at 9 a.m. They set up the use of a war room. The project manager on this project had a very unique set of circumstances to overcome, and you know, overall, I think did a really good job. Could it have been done differently? Absolutely. It just depends on the team you have and on the resources you have. Brian, you mentioned lean comes into play. Do you want to talk a little bit about why lean comes to mind for you?
I was just going to say, to me, the lean process has been engraved in me from the medical field, just because I think it's always a good goal to try to decrease cost. And so I think it would also help, you know, if you're trying to make sure that you don't run into supply problems.
And in that case, lean would make a lot of sense. You know, this is one of those ones where they have an academic institution that also serves medical students. So very much like the school you guys are involved with right now, UNM has an academic and a medical side to it. And anyone from the medical side of the campus might feel the same way. So again, a very good answer. I can understand where you lean on your experience there, and that's really what is the ultimate lesson here. As a project professional of any kind, you want to lean on your experience to help you make the decisions, because ultimately you will learn from them. Tristan, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know you've been lurking in the background.
I actually really liked your Agile comment, because, you know, Agile is very common in IT areas, but because there's such a strict schedule associated with it and pieces that have to fall into place, being able to plan that out in detail is going to be incredibly important.
Well, thank you very much, sir. All right, so let's see. That generated quite a bit of discussion. I'm going to do the obligatory 10-second silence here and see if anyone else has anything to contribute.
Command.
All right, guys. Um, you know, I'm not sure if I ran this the same way some of the other ones have been run, but I think we actually had some really good discussion here. I like that you guys are thinking not just as executives, you're thinking as project professionals at the same time. Earlier in the day, someone did mention that after taking this class, they thought they had done project management previously, but now they weren't so sure they had. The only note I wanted to add there is project management principles touch every single profession out there. Everything from classroom teaching to independent medical research to nuclear weapons. So while you may not have done traditional full-on project management, you've definitely employed the principles at one point or another in your career to date. So, you know, again, this is continuous improvement. I've looked over some of the stuff that's been offered in this class. I've read the case studies. I think you guys have been set up with a really great foundation for the next class and for, you know, adding on to your career. So again, I thank you for your time today, and I'll go ahead and hand it back to Steve.
Howdy. Well, how did you think today went? How did today go? Pretty good for everybody?
I thought it was great. I thought it was very helpful.
Oh, who is that? It sounded good. Sounded like Beth's kid. I thought it went well. Any last, so we're, I do not know why we've tried very hard to figure out what's happening with the backpack issue. I might urge you to try and do something by tomorrow. They have not responded to us at all. I have, both Savannah and I told them to make sure Wednesday was the last day. Hopefully it is. But if you're seeing something that says tomorrow, so at midnight's the last day, it might be useful for you to do something about it. I cannot get a hold of them today, obviously. I will get a hold of them on Monday, but we have emailed them, right, Savannah?
Yes, I've emailed them. I've also emailed them about the word count too, to make sure if we go to 1,000 words, people won't lose points.
Well, it might lose points, but it's harder to get a good score with 1,000 points, 1,000 words. It's not impossible. It's not horrible. It's just, we're doing everything we can. So if you can help me with tomorrow, I don't know why, since we had our weekly meeting again. Which day was that, Savannah?
I believe it was Wednesday.
Yeah, we had a weekly meeting on Wednesday. We went over everything. We told them the last material was due Wednesday on backpack. They said, fine, but if it's showing something, that's surprising to me. But I can't do too much about it.
Professor, it's showing that it's due tonight at midnight.
Well, I had told everybody Wednesday. I told them Wednesday. You know, I don't know why it's showing what it is showing, but I cannot, you know, we have emailed them, we have phoned them, we have talked to them on Wednesday about it. We have our, you know, I try and have a weekly meeting with those folks, and if it's tonight, it's tonight. I'm surprised though. All right.
Professor Walsh, do you mind showing me again? I guess, I'm sorry. Where do we find this again? So it's on I know it's on the backpack or whatever it's called. Packback.
Where do you find what?
The assignment or whatever?
The assignment's on there, your last, the slides from the last class, the assignments in your syllabus, the assignments, a number of places. What would you like me to do? you're supposed to make a question about something that you taught about in this class that was important to you, has something to do with this class. Write a question about it and support it with 1,000 words.
Oh, gotcha. So are we sure maybe that deadline thing is not for like something else? It might just think it's for the regular
I have
last
no,
week stuff.
I don't know. I can't, I'm not, it could be. I do not know why it's doing what it's doing. So,
And Dr. Walsh, I can go in and look as, I don't know if I'm able to, but as a TA in there, I can see if I can change the deadline, but I'm not 100% sure, but I'll try.
okay. So I'm sorry about this. I will make sure it's okay. That's all I can do. All right. Any other questions? Well, I know that this is a horrible thing to do. We only are at 5:11. You can all stay on and party with me, but this is all I have for today. Is that okay? Would we feel good about taking the time off? I give you the time to work on your question. Is that okay?
Yep, that'd be great, actually.
Anyway, I want to thank you for a great class. I enjoyed my time with you all. Hopefully those people that are going to take the next class with me will find me useful as well. I think we had a great time. I will be teaching 4 of the segments from the 7-Eleven class, and I will be involved in all of them. All right.
Thank you, Professor Walsh.
Professor, I was just gonna say, PACPAC will probably let us still post. It might just consider it late, kind of the way
Well,
the
it doesn't matter if it's late because I'm
Yeah,
the
the
guy that's grading it.
yeah, similar to the first week when we posted, you extended the deadline, and if we posted on Thursday instead of Wednesday, it like gave us partial credit.
Yeah,
But
well.
you're not really going off of that. So I would assume it's still let us post. It's probably just gonna think that it's late.
Well, I hope so. And I will make
I do
sure.
want to note though, I've turned in things late and you cannot edit. You can still submit, but you can't edit.
Yes, that's true. But I can only do certain things for you.
Oh, no. Thanks for
Okay,
that,
well,
Sarah. That's good to
we'll
know.
have to ask you. So is it due today then?
You're
if we
asking
post
me
it
the
today-
wrong question.
So if we post it today, will we be able to edit?
What's that?
If we post it today, will we be
I
able
think
to
you can
edit?
be able to edit, and I don't understand why it won't let you edit until Wednesday. But if there's a thing that's asking you to do something about your post today, it should allow you to edit all day. But
Oh, that is the best answer. Thank you.
but that's all I can tell you. I'm sorry about this.
I would say, guys, just have the mindset that we're going to get it resolved and it's going to be extended to Wednesday. So either way, whatever post you share, today or tomorrow, you're going to have the ability to get the full credit that you guys deserved. I wouldn't think you're going to be discredited just because the system is saying it's due tonight.
All right, I'm doing the best I can for you. I'm sorry. And I hope you had a good time. I had a good time in the class. And I had some really great discussants. Erica was on today. We had Randy, we had Joel, we had Tim, and we had Bob. All of those folks were really good. I didn't say Tristan was any good, but he's on the call and he knows he was good. So we had some really good discussions. Hope you liked it. We'll try and do something similar in the 7-Eleven class. But I appreciate all your time and all your interaction. All right. I had a good time. Hope you did. I hope you learned something. And that's the whole idea. And remember, two things, if nothing else from this class. One is by Yates, education is not filling a bucket, but lighting a fire, which we hope we've done. And number two, from the ancient Greek himself, who said, that's what you need to learn. You need to learn by doing, or learn by doing. So those are the two things we tried to do in this class, and hopefully it provided some value. Anyway, I thank you, a great time. I would get on those questions. I tried to make it as simple as I could for you. And simple, not easy, right? Simple, not easy. Anyway, and I want to thank my two discussants today, Dr. Robert Tierney and President Joshua Martinez. And I thank you very much for all your time. Bye now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Professor Walsh, this is Kim. Are you still there? Professor Walsh, are you still there?
I think he's just looking for the unmute button, it looks like.
Okay, could you tell him that I emailed him about a week ago, him and Rebecca, and I haven't received an email back, and it was through UNM Learn. So
He can hear you. I think he's just looking to unmute himself, but let me see. But yeah, I can tell him. I think he can probably hear us though, because I still see him on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. No problem at all.
Devin, can you tell me how soon this is gonna be posted?
The slides?
Yeah, no, I see the slides, the recording.
The recording. I will give him a call right after this and we'll get it posted right away.
Okay, thank you.
Working. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. This is Steve. Is somebody
Yeah.
asking a good question?
Yeah, Kim was asking a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Kim. I emailed you and Rebecca about a week ago about a personal email. I didn't get a response back, so I was wondering if it went through or if I should just email that again.
Let me just see. I usually see them. What's your last name, Kim? Just so I can get it.
It's Gleason.
Oh, okay. So what's your email? K Gleason?
KIMDELFINA at unm.edu.
K-A-M. Kimberly Gleason.
Yeah.
You had a family emergency. I remember that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the emergency. I didn't get a response from you, Rebecca, so I wasn't sure if that went through, but if it did, maybe you guys could respond to that.
I haven't been able to submit. Do you mind if I talk about it here, or you just want me to respond to it?
I probably, yeah, if you want to respond to it, I'm driving anyway, so I'll get off the call.
That's fine.
here.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for a great class. Bye-bye.
Hello, people.
Do you want to hop off and get this recording posted, or I guess we'll have to wait, huh?
Yeah, let's hop off of this. And it's, if she hasn't, well, anyway, let's get off of this.
Okay, I'll hop off now.